loudest fucking thing a guy can do is make a little noise. Okay, let out a little.
Hold on, clear it out.
The Warthog. I love him.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
What's going on, everyone? Man, if you guys show up for the pre-show, you get the pre-show and the intro, you get treated to some banger tunes. So many good tunes. What's going on, everyone? It is good to see you. The last lab of 2025. It's very hard to believe. Very hard to believe that I have been doing this, doing the lab specifically now, for a year and a half. I didn't think, I don't know. I kind of assumed that it either wouldn't totally take hold or, would eventually segue into something else. But here we are, 18 months later. I started at the beginning of June 2024. Exactly 6 weeks to the day before the assassination attempt on President Trump. And, I knew 6 weeks, not 2 weeks, 6 weeks. Exactly 6 weeks before. And, the show is everything. That's right. Been going now for 18 months. Crazy. There will be no lab tomorrow, obviously, since this is the last one of the year. There will be no lab tomorrow. Getting back onto the no labing on Wednesdays. I do a voice chat in the King Pill Discord instead. That takes a whole lot less preparation time, and that opens up Wednesday for getting other things done. No lab tomorrow. Come join the King Pill Discord if you'd like, kingpill.com, and you can join the voice chat with us in the evening. I probably won't be going super late. I'm going to try to go a little bit less late, so I'm going to try to get started a little bit earlier. That's funny. I got to try to figure out what Amy is going to, how we're going to coordinate Eastwood sleeping, if he's going to go to sleep and then wake up for fireworks, or if he's going to stay up, and how all of that's going to work. But hopefully tomorrow evening it should be a little bit easier to do the voice chat earlier in the day. And then, Pale Morning Dude fell asleep in it last time. Almost every time there's someone. There's almost always at least one person that winds up falling asleep. It's been me a few times. Just fall asleep in the voice chat, and everyone wakes up the next morning, and the early risers look in there, and they're like, huh, there's one person in the voice chat. He must have fallen asleep. Fortunately, Pale Morning Dude, you weren't like snoring loudly or anything. So you just stopped talking after a while. And then when we all left, you stayed in there. So I was like, oh, must have fell asleep. He is not being woken up. Okay, there we go. We got the message from the Queen herself. He is not being woken up. Here. Fully endorse this. Normal evening. There will be a King-Pilled voice chat in the Discord tomorrow evening, and then we'll be back to labing again on the first of the year. We'll kick the new year off with a bang. Okay, let's see here. Was there something I needed to talk about? We have photo evidence of one member sleeping in VC. That's true, we do. I forgot about that. I forgot. Yeah, he fell asleep. Just like leaned forward and fell asleep at his desk. There are occasionally adult beverages being had, so it increases the likelihood that somebody's going to fall asleep. Howie Snowden in the chat, he says, I fell asleep during the lab last night. Yeah, I noticed you got quiet all of a sudden. You're chatting along, and then all of a sudden, no, he's not there anymore. Most of the time, I just assume that either that when I see people like that, they're here at the beginning, and then they just kind of disappear throughout the night. I figure they're either falling asleep or just had to tap out because we are night owls here. Yes, it was Heinz who fell asleep. I saw someone in the chat said that my Wigger era must have been something. If you're in the kick chat, you can say Wigga. You can't say Wigger. You can't say Wigga. Just like you can say nigga, but you can't say nigger. You gotta. They're giving you the soft one. I often go to sleep during the labs, says Florida Girl, and Han says, yeah, I fall asleep all the time during labs. You know, Han, I just caught up. I just figured out what your username is. I'm a couple episodes into the new season, and I just figured it out. But as long as I don't fall asleep, yeah. Well, that's what the C4 is for, and the nicotine pouch. Yeah, it was funny because my Wigger era was, I did the Wigger thing while I also was like cargo shorts and flip flops and the puka shell necklaces and the frosted tips. So I would listen to Wigger music, but then I would be dressed like sort of like a preppy surfer or something like that. That was the combination you got with me. That's when I wasn't just like wearing dirty country clothes to go run around in the woods. I did a lot of running around in the woods growing up. Extremely active imagination. Once I found a little like old BB gun out there, it was all rusted out and everything, but it was a little lever action. And so then I just ran around with that, and I would pretend I was Daniel Boone or Link from Zelda or Final Fantasy characters, and all over the neighborhood, running around in the woods. And I was talking to my sister the other day, and she said, "Oh yeah, those woods back there that you played in, where you have the tree that you buried your cat under, and you carved it into the tree. Yeah, there's houses back there now." And I was like, "Oh, really? Really? My woods are gone? Oh, is this what it's like to be old? You get the news that your childhood woods are just gone. Oh, so sad." All right, let's catch up on the tips here. That was the other thing I needed to bring up. We got some tips coming in here that will bump the numbers up. We're at 4952 out of 5200, and if we hit that 5200 mark in this episode, so that would be another 200, and it should be 4962 because there was a $10 one that came in at the end of the last stream that didn't hit the alert automation. So it's 4962. So what is that? $238. So $238 come through the tips jar tonight, and I will give away a free 1-year membership in the King Pill Discord. It'll be at the peasant tier, but that gets you in there, gets you all the general channels, meme thread, voice chats, all that stuff. So $238. See if we can do it. We did get some that came in yesterday toward this end, and one of them did not go through at all. Let me catch that one here real quick. That was See You in the Camp. $10. He said, I got to view the details here. "I live in Minnesota. The haze of unpleasant bullshit these people bring down on this state is maddening. Nobody wants to live by them, and they are abundantly clear about how they hate you. Lived here my whole life, and it is a completely different place than it was in like 2003. This is, of course, talking about the Somali fraud. Isn't this weird? We were talking about the Somali fraud issue yesterday. I got a few more things on that today. Yeah, man, my ancestry that I'm the most familiar with is from Alexandria. Alexandria, Minnesota is where my grandpa was born. He was born in 1936, and he was the oldest of 7 brothers and 1 sister. And his parents were Swedish and Norwegian. I believe they were either born there and came over as children, or their parents came over and married and they were born here. It was, I can't remember which generation it was. So Minnesota has always had has always been close to my heart for that reason. I found out recently as well that some of my other family came from Iowa. I did not know that, but I've got pretty deep Iowa roots apparently. So I've been a Pacific Northwest guy all my life, and I've identified with that Scandinavian and German. There's a lot of Scandinavian in the Pacific Northwest. I've identified with that, but I didn't realize just how much like Puritan Midwesterner I had in me. And there's apparently a lot of it. So maybe that's why those have always kind of felt like my people. I didn't know I was sort of like the Scandinavians are Protestant generally speaking, but it's a whole different thing. The Puritan Englishmen and the Scandinavians are they're both white. They're both extremely white, but they're very different. Scandinavians in Northwest Iowa. Okay, so that's probably the people that. Well, actually, I can't remember if it was the Scandinavians in Iowa or if it was I think it was English. I think my Iowa roots were English. I mean, it could very well be Scandinavian from there as well, but I think it was my English roots that are from Iowa and New Hampshire and Massachusetts. Those were the cities that were popping up. Yeah. What was I saying that for? See you in the camp. Okay, that's what it was. Talking about Minnesota. So, yeah, I can't imagine. I went to the Twin Cities like 14 years ago, I think. I think it was 14. No. It was longer ago than that. It was more like 20 years ago. And it felt very natural to me. There's absolutely something to your blood and the soil that your blood is associated with, and those things speaking to you on some sort of a level. I was there and I was just like, this feels like where I would be from. This feels like my family. This feels like my home. So the notion of combining Somalians with that is just knowing what Somalians are like, having been around a lot of Somalis in Seattle. Oh, it's just, they're not even, you almost can't, it's like, can I say this? It's like having an infestation of some sort of an animal. These are not like, you're not engaging with them as like, oh, like there's Germans who are here and, the Germans are Lutherans and we're like Methodists or whatever. And so it's a little different. It's so completely different from that. To have those kinds of people around you. I mean, even like Mexicans, you could totally get along well peaceably with Mexicans. Very normal Mexicans, even the ones that are kind of that are degenerate or gangs or whatever. Like there's a logic, there's a rationale to them that just does not exist with people like Haitians or Somalians. You might as well have some sort of I hesitate to call it a predator because the only reason they're a predator is if they have a bunch of easy victims around. They're not like a peak predator. They're pretty easy to manage and contain as long as you just deal with them with a stern fist. So they're kind of like, I don't know, having an infestation of really aggressive rabid coyotes or something, where it's like, this is a problem you have to deal with, and it definitely could be really, it could be a real major issue, but it's not the same thing as having a bunch of like rogue bears or wolves or something, like a pack of wolves entering your town. It's not quite like that because they're really easy to deal with. You just don't bring them. And if they are here, then they get ruled with an iron fist. They get treated here the way they would be treated where they're coming from. They're coming from there to come here, specifically so they aren't treated here the way they would be there, so that they can get away with all the shit that they want to get away with. This is completely rational behavior from within the frame of a 68 IQ Somali. Yeah, the government, I don't know who those people are. They don't look like me. They're a totally different species. They're predatory to me, and I just need to get mine. Yeah, there's all these white people out there. Why do I care about the intricacies of the market and, you know, inflating childcare costs for all those white... Fuck those white people. They can get theirs, and I'm going to get mine. So there's almost like I can almost, from their perspective, they're like, why are you so mad at us about this? You literally brought us over here and taught us how to do this. Like, how dare you now try to, like, encroach on our territory that you voluntarily surrendered to us? You can't rationalize these people out of the country. All you can do is just remove as many of them as possible. Just physically remove them. And fortunately, because they are such a low capital, low agency sort of people, if you just take away the Gibbs, make it really miserable for them to be here, they'll go. Just incentivize them to go somewhere else, and they'll just follow the incentive. That's why it's kind of like they're like coyotes or something. You know, you just got to just grab a stake and just chuck it over the fence over there, and they'll go run after the stake. I tweeted this yesterday that there's everyone who's really, like, they want to see every last person involved in this brought to justice, arrested, and I'm like, sure, yeah, that would be really good. I fully endorse the idea of having, like, a 20 or 30 year ongoing investigation into all of this. Having multiple people who go dedicate the rest of their careers to digging through all of the paperwork and identifying, connecting all of the dots and managing the statute of limitations in whatever way is necessary to try to bring everyone to justice. Sure, great. Not going to stand in the way of any of that. But that's now a side quest. The bring everyone to justice part is only useful to the extent that it assists the stopping it part. Stopping it is much more important than punishing it. That's not to say that punishing it doesn't matter. It's that punishing it is a subset of stopping it. Stopping it is the top priority. And punishing it may be the slowest way possible to stop it. So yes, you engage in the process of punishing it, while you also focus all of your attention on stopping it. How do you stop it? You cut off the funding. You start tracking all of it. You start deporting people. You start using all of those records to give them to the people who are doing the investigations and the deportations, finding the people and deporting them. Give them all of the paper trails, all of the money trails. And then do this as loudly and aggressively as you can to give them the very clear notion that there is no alternative here. There's no negotiating this. You're going to leave. While also not going so far that you want to encourage as few people as possible to try to get them to stay. Just think about this in just normal, practical political terms. You want this job, because this job is so massive, so resource intensive, you want it to be as cheap and easy and fast as possible. So, you want as few obstacles as possible. Which means that if you start this with just going and starting to arrest every single person who is of Somali descent, you're going to get tiny little glimmers of applause from a tiny segment of the population who has proven themselves to be wholly dissatisfied with anything that anybody does for them. They're completely allergic to political power. They're doing everything they possibly can to not wield political power. They think yelling on the internet is the equivalent of wielding political power. Yelling on the internet can be a form of wielding political power, but you got to actually have the political power to wield in the first place. So you got to try to, if you're going to do this like arrest everyone of Somali descent thing, you're going to pander to that tiny group of numbskulls, while you're also going to just lob softballs to your enemies to drag down all of your efforts. You're offering them like rope ladders behind you. Hey, last helicopter out of Vietnam, but also FYI, we're going to drag some rope ladders in case anyone wants to climb up with us.
Welcome to the Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Thank you, Barndon, with the gifted sub to Karate Man.
Oh, wow. That's pretty good. Well, you must be a high IQ person.
Perfect implementation of that for the first time. Oh, yes, this is... Didn't expect to rant about this based on this chat from, or this super chat, this tip from See You in the Camp, but yeah. I'll have more on that later, so I'll just keep it moving for right now. Hermetica Gemini, okay, now these ones came through. Hermetica Gemini says...
You don't understand, Mr. Kingpill. 20% reduction in murder rate is not a 100% reduction in murder rate. I will throw bananas at you, hoo ha 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 ha.
Boo ha ha ha. Yeah, 20% reduction in murder rate. How is this not the headline of the year? The fucking murder rate has been reduced by 20%. I didn't even think that was real. There's no possible way I ever conceived that that could be something I could vote for. That the national murder rate would be reduced by 20% in 1 year. And it's not like they spent literally 100% of their focus on just, let's reduce the murder rate. Woohoo, we accomplished one thing. I've spent the last year talking for hundreds of hours about all the different things that they've been accomplishing. And they fucking reduced the murder rate by 20%. Incredible. Border sealed and murder rate down 20%. Guess we should have just voted for Kamala. So true, Plansar. So true. You seem like a smart political analyst. I should listen to you more. Thank you, Hermetica Gemini. And then, what do we got?
Here comes the money.
Alpha Male Alert!
Here comes the money. Money, money, money.
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling. Cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter.
End of the year donation for the Discord giveaway. Though, I don't like change. Got very confused when I typed in tips.kingpilled and it came up to Kofi.
Sorry, old man.
When they took a
You know, Dave Johnson is the gayest person to ever walk this green earth.
Almost ended the show a little early there. Thank you, Mr. Dave Johnson. Yes, I'm sorry for changing things up on you. Hopefully it'll just take a little bit of time for you to get used to it, and then this will all be an unhappy memory. Thank you for the $150 tip, and that's the one that put us up to $49.52. Plus the 10 from See You in the Camp is $49.62. So $49.62 is where we stand for now. Please do tip your streamer. Tips.kingpill.com. Link is pinned in the chat on the Kick Chat. And that link is good for Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, credit card, debit card, Apple Pay, Google Pay. Any of those methods will work if you use tips.kingpill.com. And if you are in the live chat, I think the live chat should be working for Rumble and X as well. So if you're watching over there, if you're in the chat and you send something and it does not play and does not come through, then give it like 5 minutes or so and then just let me know. And I will I'll go see what happened and read it out if I need to. Barnett says, do gifted subs count towards the streamer salary? No, they do not. They will not add up on the streamer salary. That is a separate stream of income that is factored in when I land on the streamer salary amount. Those are there's the gifted subs, there's the Discord, and there's this. Those are my family's 3 primary sources of income. So those are all different ways that you can contribute to it. All right, let us get started. I've got another man's voice appreciation video. My bilingual husband with the deepest voice ever explained something to me. Now, this is a twofer. You get this dude's crazy good voice. You also get the observation that he makes, which I'm never going to be able to unmake this observation. Like, this observation is mine now.
Victor Manuel, can you tell everyone what part of your mouth that you burnt from pizza last night?
The ceiling, because it's on the inside. The roof is on the outside.
He's right. He said, I burnt the ceiling of my mouth. I said, you mean the roof? And he has a very valid point. Victor Manuel, can you tell everyone what part of your mouth that you burnt from pizza last night?
The ceiling, because it's on the inside. The roof is on the outside.
He's right. He said, I burnt the ceiling of my mouth.
I don't want to listen to you talk, woman. I want to hear him. I want to hear every single piece of audio content that I listen to needs to be in his voice. That is the best audiobook voice imaginable. This guy should be one of the richest people on the planet. Being given that voice, he can do anything. He can literally do anything. Blavel says the roof of your house keeps water out. The roof of your mouth keeps water, saliva, out of your sinus cavities. QED. But like a roof is on top. And it's protecting from, like, there's the flow of the water that hits the roof. With rain, it's coming down from above. With the roof of your mouth, it's coming up from below. So that makes it more like the basement, maybe? The underside of the floor? I guess it depends on what the house is here. All right, we've thought about that enough. Kick requires engagement. Just watching on Kick. Watching and just chatting once every 30 days. If that's all you did, then I just got to get up to 75 average viewers. It's dropped all the way down to like 40 lately. But I just need to get the average viewers above 75, and then I can apply for their monetization program where they actually pay a passive income on the basis of how off, like, all of your streaming. So I think 75 at 75 viewers, it's probably something like $5 or $10 an hour. But I mean, hey, or $5 or $10 an hour, if I'd stream for 4 or 5 hours, then that's a little something, and it can grow from there. So that's one of the great things about Kick. That's why I made Kick basically the home base. But you also are perfectly welcome to go watch on Rumble. And also, part of the reason I put it on Rumble is so that Rumble can be shared to other people, that they can start watching on Rumble, and then I can give them the same pitch that I just made here and try to get them to come over to Kick. Playing the long game here, folks. Ozarka Pleb said, did I miss something good? My live notification from Kick just now came in. Yeah, that is a downside with Kick. But I mean, that's the same thing with YouTube. YouTube notifications are horrendous. I have no idea about Rumble. I've never turned notifications on for Rumble. But that is the reason that I created the King Pill Telegram channel. So there's 3 different ways that you could be notified apart from the Kick notification. You can follow the King Pill Telegram channel. Just look for King Pilled on Telegram. You can join the King Pill Discord, and there is a alert channel in there where I will @ everyone and let them know. And you can turn notifications on for me on Twitter, because I always tweet out right when I send it live. I always tweet when I send it live, and then I tweet again just before we start, just before the pre-show ends. So there's 3 different ways that you can do it, if you don't want to just depend on the Kick notifications. All right, let's keep going. This one here is we've talked about the fix it women, and what happens when there's a not insignificant number of middle-aged white women. I used to listen to a lot of Hotep Jesus, and he called them the Maws, the middle-aged white women. And he made the point that the middle-aged white woman demographic is the most powerful political demographic in the country. That particular class, middle-aged white women, are married, single, it doesn't matter. Where the middle-aged white women go, the rest of the country's politics will follow. And there is a not insignificant number of middle-aged white women who listen to Nick Fuentes. His audience of moms has been growing. So, think what you will about Nick Fuentes. I'm just telling you the weather here. I'm just giving you the forecast. Like, there's clouds coming. There are middle-aged white women who listen to Nick Fuentes. He's starting to get the mom crowd. There's probably a big overlap with the crunchy granola moms and the anti-vax moms and all of those sorts. This can go a few different interesting ways. This can go, they can be sort of maybe like a moderating or filtering mechanism for him, where they sort of recognize that they speak Zoomer enough, maybe because they're kids or something like that, and they could sort of recognize and interpret. You might get an element of that. You're also going to get a significant worsening of the Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene problem. Both of those things I think are going to be true at the same time, and the only question is how true is one going to be over the other. Well, here you have a middle-aged white woman posting on, I think this is under her, posting under her full name. This is one of the great things about the Instagram and Facebook, like women and boomers and stuff, is they sometimes will just Fed post in some of the craziest ways under their full legal names. This is Mary Alice Farina. She says, yes, this is real. I was driving around flipping through radio stations when what to my wondering ears? I had to immediately hit record because, hello, this messaging is insane and fundamentally, paradoxically, shockingly anti-Semitic. Hence my dumbfounded reactions.
The rise of anti-Semitism around the world like never before. For many poor elderly Jews, their dream of making Aliyah one day and coming home to Israel is extremely difficult, if not impossible. But you can change all of that today for one precious Jew. Even in a time of war, the safety and shalom of moving to Israel under God's protection and his covenant promise to bring his chosen people home is why we're asking you today to partner with us. The cost to rescue one Jew and purchase a seat on an upcoming Fellowship Aliyah Freedom Flight is $710. With a donation to the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews of $35, you'll help one poor elderly Jew out of a life of hopelessness and anti-Semitism to start a brand new life in Israel. Here's how you can reach 800-342-0044. 800-342-0044. Today
Yes, Bloody Milk, that's what I'm hearing. You can pay Jews to self-deport. Now, get this. That's kind of crazy. That's a wild thing to just hear while you're driving down the road listening to the radio. That was 1 minute out of a 7-minute recording. When I heard this, before I read the description, I was like, damn, that is a long ad. Get to the point, Sparky. That's a 7-minute ad. And it's part of a 30-minute infomercial. The fucking audacity of these people. A 30-minute infomercial. The clarion call to white saviors, the appeal to Christian charity, the linking of fulfillment of biblical prophecy within a country. This is how American evangelicals convince so many Christians to support the state of Israel by painting worldwide Jewry as in need of saving. And as usual, this is not an invitation to actual anti-Semitism in my comments. Some of them, that's as far as you're going to get them. You're going to get them as far as you do the little mind judo thing where you're like, actually, what the state of Israel is doing and what all of these wealthy Jewish billionaires are doing is bad because it causes anti-Semitism. And think of the poor, ordinary Jew that you know generic secular Jew who just calls himself an American is, just think of that poor guy and what's happening to his reputation because of these evil scheming Jewish billionaires. That's as far as you're going to get, some of them. But this is apparently the full infomercial is Bless Israel, produced by West Star Media for the IFCJ. Just simply remarkable. The complete lack of self-awareness. And this is a thing that is dying. This is you could get really worked up about it existing. Sure, yeah, and maybe you should accelerate it dying or something, but you can also just do nothing and it's dying. It's going to die. If not, there's the possibility that it is that this entire frame of mind, this entire worldview, doesn't exist in somewhere between like 6 and 10 years. It's also possible it may take 30 or 40 years. But that's not going to be 30 or 40 years of it at its peak power. It's well past its peak power. If it gets 30 or 40 years, that's going to be like this really super long run out, and it remains this kind of like niche lobby that still sticks around and maybe turns a vote here or there. There's also the possibility that it just absolutely crashes and burns over the next decade. And it sure seems more and more like it's going that way. This whole dispensational Zionist, Christians must support the state of Israel. I mean, the state of Israel's stated policy at this point is basically, we will bomb whoever we need to bomb to get what we want. We're just going to keep bombing people. And we're not even going to pretend we're not anymore. We're literally just going to say, hey, FYI, we're planning to just bomb everyone we can possibly bomb to get what we want. And increasingly, it's very, very difficult for any Christian person to actually reconcile that. That is a brain-breaking thing to reconcile. For a non-boomer, essentially. Maybe some of the older Gen Xers. I think that's a fantastic wedge issue, though. Tell me, do you want to be right or do you want to win? Because if you want to be right, then you can go to these Israel or Jewish sympathetic boomers and Xers and normies and stuff, and give them, try to red pill them on the JQ. You can do that. Sure. We'll see how, let's run these in parallel. You see how that works. And then we can also do this thing where you run this wedge issue where you're like, look what organized Jewry is doing to Gideon, your neighborhood dentist who you've taken all of your kids to. He just has a nice family and a white picket fence, and he has his own kids, and they go to private school, and they're nice, inoffensive, ordinary people who just describe themselves as Americans. Look what's happening to poor Gideon and his family. Because of the malfeasance of organized Jewry. Split the concept of organized Jewry from the concept of someone who has Jewish heritage or Jewish ethnicity. Break apart their organization. That's what you do if you want to win. Mirachuck's in the chat. He's here. What's up, man? It's good to see you. BB went to Mar-a-Lago, and now my timeline is flooded with the supposed Iranian revolution about to occur. Must be a coincidence. Oh, it's so obvious what's happening. It's so clear. The people who have spent the last however many years of their lives obsessing about the Jews' role in every single thing cannot see a transparent Jewish psyop when it's happening. They are participating in it. This is so obviously an Israeli psyop to try to wedge Donald Trump into doing something he very clearly does not want to and does not plan on doing. And if you can't see that, you need to opt out of politics. You don't get it. Your head isn't in the game. It's so clear. You think that Trump is like, yeah, I don't know, let's just have Bibi come here again. He's obviously forcing himself into the White House, trying desperately to run an influence campaign. I'm hip to the JQ niggas when the Jews run an obvious psyop. Right. Oh, Theodore Dragonsbane says, for people who talk about 5th generation warfare so much, our boys are pretty damn bad at seeing it when it happens. Yes! Very quickly, they're becoming the new normies. That's what's so bizarre about this. You're watching this mass formation psychosis thing like what happened during COVID. Watching it now. I'm watching guys who have spent the last decade of their lives or more talking about organized Jewry and the circulation of the elites and like cycles of empire and all these sorts of things. Some of the most clever, insightful political analysts I've ever listened to. And then now there's this wave of just like normiedom that is totally taking them over. Mirachuk says because, quote, our boys just want to bitch on the sidelines so they can maintain purity. Yep. It's just shit-libbery, man. And he called it. He called the hell out of that. Right after Trump was reelected. He made the prediction. Mr. Jason Mirachuk made the prediction. A lot of people who you think are based are going to prove themselves not in 2025. And boy, did that ever become true. All right, so I got a few things on some technology-related stuff here. First of all, speaking of elites, Nayib Bukele says, this is 2 weeks ago, he said, El Salvador and X will redefine the future of public education. Now, the guys who fall asleep every night having nightmares about Palantir, I'm sure this is extremely triggering to them. They're building Skynet! Transhumanism! Well, this is what he says. XAI in El Salvador announced the world's first national education program with AI. Elon, by taking Grok to every student in El Salvador, President Bukele is putting the most advanced artificial intelligence in the hands of an entire generation. Bukele, listen to this. We've got a head of state talking like this. As with all transformational inventions, AI itself is neither salvation nor condemnation. It's a mirror. It reflects the intentions of those who use it. We are the ones who will determine if it is used for destruction or for humanity to flourish. Mr. Bukele, sir, thank you for listening. Do me a favor and just give me a shout out sometime here. Just say, hey, yeah, that ASTROLAB show, that's real good. A lot of really wise nuggets dropped on that show. Elon says El Salvador isn't waiting for the future of education. It's building that future together with XAI. So, Bukele continues, children won't use Grok the way we use it. So in other words, they're using Grok. Now they're building an application on top of Grok for them. Grok will be used in all public schools in El Salvador over the next 2 years. Children won't use Grok the way we use it. A new software solution will be developed so that every child in El Salvador has a proactive and personalized tutor using Grok's brain from first grade through high school, adapted to their abilities, skills, and knowledge. Over 1 million students will receive AI-based personalized tutoring. Thousands of teachers will receive aid and support as allies in the education process. Adaptive tutoring will be provided, aligned with the curriculum and adjusted to each student's pace, preferences, and level of mastery. Do you see just how quickly El Salvador is going to level up? They are being set up for extraordinary success over the next 20 to 50 years. El Salvador is going to nuke. It's going to be like the Singapore of the West. Maybe better in some ways. The program helps ensure that children from urban as well as rural areas receive world-class personalized education. XAI and the government of El Salvador will jointly develop new methodologies, databases, and frameworks for the responsible use of AI in the classroom. The program will prioritize the local context, security, and a human-centered approach. To promote scientific discovery and deepen human understanding of the universe, to use cutting-edge AI capacities to accelerate learning at scale, to reduce educational gaps and foster innovation that benefits humanity, to make advanced AI accessible for all, and to transform the way in which countries build knowledge for future generations. This is kind of like if they were to if you were to have a particular school or a country or something that would made the priority that we're going to teach children how to code. We're going to take the, like, I don't know, you have your MySpace page or whatever, and you have your HTML or whatever. We're going to incorporate that, and we're going to teach you how to code, how to build websites in 1990. Imagine if every child going through school, remember, once upon a time you had typing classes, and then pretty soon you didn't need to do typing classes anymore. If you would have had every single class when you were starting from, I don't know, low level, some natural language stuff, like starting at 6, 7, 8, depending on the kid. And if every kid just learned how to like build a website, and then they could do JavaScript and CSS and whatever other thing, or they could go into databasing, and you had kids learning that instead of learning like calculus or something. Like calculus isn't going to do shit for them. I mean, I guess you're not teaching calculus to kids that age, but you don't need to teach kids algebra. That's not something you need to like sit here and have them do like long math and all that sort of thing. We have way too many tools that are at our disposal now that you don't need to know that unless you're interested in knowing that. Because if you're interested in knowing how the code works behind the screen, then you can go dig into that and learn that. But by and large, like teaching kids algebra or trigonometry, maybe like a quick overview. They don't need to go like really deep into it when they're in their like whatever late grade school into high school. Teach them how to code. Teach them how to manage automated machinery. This is like the new like blue collar. It's like learning how to farm or learning how to herd horses or whatever the sort of blue collar utility work would have been then. This is the new version of that. This is freaking cool. If you're going to put kids in school, at least do something like this with them. Of course, we are homeschooled, but I would it'd be very interesting to see when people, here's a business opportunity for someone that was so inclined. Go start building applications around Grok for parents to use, for homeschooling parents to use. Just come up with ways you can use it creatively and offer a software solution for homeschooling parents to incorporate into their schooling. I mean, it might have to be something that doesn't start until kids like, 9, 10, something like that. But that would be, there's a great potential business opportunity there. Here's another very interesting application of technology. This is a company called Arcway, a real-time 3D engine where anyone can design a home. It's a simulated 3D world where buyers explore, change, and decide as light physics, building rules, and real products move as one. Let me get the video up here. The currently not working in real estate realtor in me is absolutely fascinated by this. So if they can start really driving down the cost of new housing, of building new houses, and incentivizing it for whether they're using like 3D printing or modular stuff or whatever, they expand out some of that, clear out some of that regulation and open up opportunities for companies to get in with new models and incorporate something like this with it, Imagine being able to go. I remember when people were like, "Oh, yeah, imagine you'd be able to like order a car online." You're like, "No, that's absurd. Who would want to order a car online?" And then like that's how you get a Tesla. You can order a Tesla from your phone. Pop it up on your phone, go through, outfit the things that you want, and order it. Now, a house and a car are very, very different things. But with certain applications, being able to imagine just going on and designing the house that you want with all of the options that you want. Maybe you go see the location and you go walk through a model and you kind of like IKEA or something like that. And you just go online and you just put it all in and order your house and they start building it. There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to be cranking houses out like that. There's all sorts of different ways you can accelerate there's just so many cartels, regulatory capture cartels that have to be broken up. Theodore Dragonsbane says you can already order a pop-up house on Amazon. I've seen a few of them around. Yeah, that's true. Tiny houses, there's some tiny houses and stuff that you can do. Emperor Atreides says we can already prefab and print homes. Only the people who benefit from high-price homes are incentivized to keep this from happening. Yeah. Yes. And ultimately, like there are ways that they can ease the burden for home owners. It's largely there's the builders, and then there's a bunch of other different cartels that plug into the home building process that are all incentivized to sit on the market for right now. But they're gonna get broken. That's gonna get broken up in 2026 because it's a fucking national security issue if that doesn't happen. And the administration is making it abundantly clear that they know not only what the problem is, but they also know the problem behind the problem, which is that it's not just that the housing market is overinflated and it's hard for young people to get into them. It's that you can't just crash the housing market so young people can buy houses again. You also can't just wildly subsidize it because you're going to get some of the... You have to have some sort of a combination where you're doing a subsidy while you're doing a deregulation over here, a subsidy over here, and like graduated tax incentives or something that phase out to try to balance across this whole thing. So the taking Fannie and Freddie out of conservatorship is going to be a big part of this. Getting interest rates down is going to be a big part of this. And it's kind of just accepted that, I think, that housing prices are going to go up, but they're going to do a whole lot of things to juice the supply, to not just the supply, but to juice the underside of the market, to carry the underside of the market up. So they can kind of try to hold prices as close as they are right now, keeping them from exploding too far, while they really goose the bottom of the market to pull it up to more parity. There's a lot of there are so many moving pieces going on right now. I haven't even talked about the silver market. The silver market has been absolutely fascinating, and a bunch of the guys in our little sphere over here, Tom Luongo and Vince Launchy, and
White man is back, baby.
Nematode.
The white man is back.
One more for the holidays, for Justine, for justice, for the union, for God and country, and for those sweet, sweet, sultry, sexy bongs.
Get some bonks in the chat. Let me see what I can give you. Let's give you one of these.
You sexy shit don't look like you can play T-ball.
Mathematics, quantum mechanics, the secrets of the universe. Salute.
There we go. How about a little combination of soundboards for you there? Thank you, Nematode. I appreciate you, man. What is that? That gets us to $49.82. So we got $218 to go to get to unlock the random drawing for a free 1-year subscription to the King Pill Discord. Got to get it by the end of the stream tonight. I don't remember what I was talking about just before that, but anyways, Bryce Roberts here says, I've not seen a product hit the market with such demand from existing players like Arcway has in residential real estate. Also, they're hiring. So there you go. There's another way you could get your foot in the door with a new emerging sort of a market. And then there's this here. So, silver, that's the thing I was talking about, because this ties in here. So silver is the silver market has been going absolutely bonkers, and basically what it looks like is China and the United States are pulling Europe in half. They're each laying claim to their own different segments of the market. And a big part of this is the United States is saying all resources, all natural resources in the Western Hemisphere we have a priority claim on all of those. And right now we're saying no more silver leaves the Western Hemisphere. Trump added it to the critical minerals list as a pretext for this, basically. So we're going to be amassing as much silver as we possibly can. And I think there's monetary reasons for that, but there's also major industrial reasons for that. Because of the solid state silver battery technology that seems that it's on its cusp or is even already kind of leaking out there, which is interesting because some of this is in China. So there's going to have to be some negotiation over this, I think. But these new electric batteries are I believe I'm not getting my wires crossed here. Spud had sent me a video about some of this, and the video got taken down right after she sent it to me, which was interesting. So I didn't get to watch the whole thing. But there's these new batteries that they're like EV batteries that charge basically as fast as a gas tank. So 500, 600 mile range. They're solid state batteries, typically using silver, they've got like a 500 or 600 mile range, and it's like five minutes to fill them up. If that hits the market, that is a massive, massive game changer. There's so many different applications to that are one of my favorite ones. I was sitting down brainstorming some of this with Grok, and one of my favorite ones that was mentioned that Grok brought up was with the capacity to recharge. There's a lot of grid upgrades and stuff that would have to be made for that, but it would actually kind of decentralize and stabilize the grid if they were able to roll all that out well enough, which is, I know, a big if. But because if it takes you 5 minutes to fully charge the battery to get 500 or 600 miles, then you can actually use the vehicles as basically rolling batteries themselves for the grid. So you can have the vehicles return power to the grid, or you can move the power back and forth a lot more easily. So they're kind of like backup batteries that are just driving around all the time. And if somebody's at home and they've just got their car plugged in, then if the grid needs to, it can draw from that and then send back, and then draw from it back and then send it back. And you could probably set constraints on it, as like, don't let it drop below X amount. And you can even get compensated. Sort of like similar to a solar panel. A solar panel, you don't necessarily get compensated, but if they wanted to incentivize this, then you could get compensated for whatever power you return back to the grid. Pair this with self-driving, and the whole automotive world is going to change dramatically over the next 10 to 15 years. If there's like anybody who's under probably, I don't know, 12 maybe right now, somewhere in there. And it's probably a little younger than that, maybe under 10. Anybody under 10, they may only ever end up learning to drive because they happen to want to. We're not far removed from people aren't going to have to learn how to drive if they don't want to, because it's going to be so cheap to acquire a self-driving car that can drive you, drop you off somewhere, automatically route it for you. They drop you off at the front of the store. You walk in, you do your shopping or whatever. You come back out, you hail it. It comes, drives up, picks you up, takes you home, drops you off at home, and then it goes around and does like a taxi ride-sharing sort of a thing. It does Amazon deliveries or something while you're at home. And if you need to go somewhere, you can either set the constraints on when you can hail your own car and ensure, hey, within a 30-minute window or something, I need to have it back. Or if I need something immediately, you're going to have a neighbor's car that's nearby that you can just hail. And, basically it's kind of like having a side gig doing Uber that can run while you're working, wherever you're working. That's like, once you start putting all of these things together, the cost of owning a vehicle is going to go to basically nil. There's like going to be a nominal fee or something, and it's probably going to be, you can kind of pick and choose which things you want to pay for and which things you don't want to pay for. A lot of people, they see the things where you like have to pay a subscription to get certain features on your vehicle. the idea is not bad in principle. Because in principle, it's like, okay, you could get the really cheap stripped down one if that's all you want. If you don't want all the extra bells and whistles, then you could just get the cheap stripped down version. But you don't have to, you could get that vehicle, and then later on, if you decide, hey, I actually want these extra features now, then you just pay a subscription to turn it on. The question is really the devil lies in the details there. But you could make it so you only have to buy one vehicle. And the vehicle itself is basically, it's like modular software kind of. And you could pick and choose which things you want. And if you really want the super stripped down limited thing, that's all you have to have. You don't pay for more. Or if you only want to have other features, like you only want to have the heated seats during the winter. Okay, so you pay to have heated seats during the winter, and then you don't pay for them during the summer. And you save $20 in your car payment or whatever. Combining self-driving with these rapidly charging batteries is going to be, it's going to completely change the way. There's going to be a lot of people, I love driving. I like driving. But I think that having an internal combustion engine is going to move in the direction of what it was like when you were growing up and you had like the middle-aged guy in your neighborhood who had an old muscle car. It's going to be something kind of like that. So people will still have them and they'll still drive them around, but it's going to be a very different, they're not going to be prominent. And it's not going to be like every person just grows up. It'll be kind of like people who live in the city who grow up and they don't necessarily need to know how to drive because they can take the bus or the train or whatever. So they might not necessarily learn how to drive. And then it's a discipline to say, you need to learn how to drive. You need to know how to drive for this reason or that reason. What's my time frame on this? I think it's going to be normalized that 50% of the population, I'd say probably like 50% of the population doesn't know how to drive within 20 years. Maybe less. That's me being conservative. It may even be 10 years. It could be as much as 10 years. And we hit 50% of the population. I mean, obviously the joke is that 50% of the population at least already doesn't know how to drive. But I mean, they literally don't know how. That the self-driving cars are so proliferated and they're so cheap that most people who live in urban or suburban areas don't ever need to drive. They literally just call the car and then they work or they play on their phones or they do whatever because the car will drive them. Here's an example of kind of what I'm talking about. Here's a Cybertruck. Works in Teslas right now.
This is absolutely insane. Watch. I need to go to Home Depot, but after I go to Home Depot, I also have to supercharge. So can you find me a supercharger and a Home Depot that are close together, that are close to my location? And then after I supercharge, I want to get some coffee, but I don't want to go to Starbucks or anything. I want to go to a nice mom and pop shop. So can you find me one of those after I supercharge and after I go to Home Depot and then route me to all of those?
Found a Home Depot at 391 College Heights in Watertown, about 2.4 miles away, and the supercharger at 21182 Salmon Run Mall Loop West, just 0.1 miles from there. After that, Chrissy Bean's Bakery and Cafe at 1316 Washington Street for a nice local coffee spot, open till 2. Routing you to Home Depot first, then supercharger, then coffee.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Let me know if you need anything else.
And then after it does that, I can just click Start Self-Driving and it will drive me to all of those locations completely hands-free. I mean, if that doesn't have you speechless, I don't know what will.
And I've seen enough people now who are getting the full self-driving experience, who are like, you hear it be kind of crazy and stuff, but then you actually experience it, and it's mind-blowing, surreal. It's like gives you goosebumps watching the steering wheel turn itself and everything. It's kind of funny thinking about people, I don't know, 100 years from now, who are going to look back at people going like, what the fuck? My machine drives itself? As the way that we look back at someone who's like, holy shit, that thing's going 20 miles an hour. that car's driving faster than a horse. Like now it's like, oh yeah, of course. I've been in an airplane that it's taxiing down the runway at 200 miles or 300 miles an hour or whatever it is. So, sure, whoop-de-doo. That's how it's going to be when people look back at us. When we're old, they're going to be like, wow, remember when these people were like mind blown that a car could drive itself? Oh, wow. We're going to be boomers someday. Okay, have you guys seen the trailer for The Odyssey? The new Christopher Nolan film coming out? I'm very torn about this because the concept is cool, and I love Christopher Nolan. I love Christopher Nolan movies, just in general. I'm a Christopher Nolan nerd. But every single critique I've seen of this movie seems bang on, to the point where if you'd have told me that Christopher Nolan was doing a production of The Odyssey, there's a very good chance that I would have gone to a movie theater for the first time in I don't know how long to see it. But now, here's the preview. I'm going to play this preview for you, and then as we continue our conversation about AI, I'm going to play you the historically accurate version.
After years of war, no one could stand between my men and home. Not even me.
Promise me you will come back.
What if I can't?
Honestly surprised Odysseus isn't some sexually ambiguous nog. See, yeah, that's the thing. Like, am I is this exceeding my expectations, or is it not? Because you could say, yeah, you've actually got a white guy playing Odysseus, but I don't know. It just, I think the casting, even the white people in the casting are just, it totally take me out of it. I know their faces too well. When I see them, I see all the other characters that they've played, and it just takes me out of it. I'm still going to watch it. I'm sure there's going to be stuff in it that's really cool. But, I mean, it doesn't even necessarily bother me that there's black guys in it, because, I mean, Africa's not that far from Turkey. So, it just, yeah. Odyssey movie and Christopher Nolan are two things that would get me fucking jacked. But then I see this, and I'm like, Matt Damon, really? There's plenty of guys who, I mean, it's not that he's a bad actor necessarily, but I don't want to see I don't want to see fucking Matt Damon. I've seen Matt Damon in too many things. I don't need to see Matt Damon in more things, okay? Matt Damon's filmography is full. It's full. We don't need any more. Quit dragging the guy out for us to watch him in yet another role. There's a certain point where it's like, If you've seen a guy's face in too many different people, you lose that ability to immerse yourself in the art form and actually see them as the person they're playing and not just Matt Damon being Odysseus or whatever. You know, just... I mean, Matt Damon in The Martian that was okay. That was pretty... I mean, it was a good movie. I probably could have been better with someone other than Matt Damon in it. I like the movie. But, yeah, damn. Now, okay, here, though, from Demon Flying Fox is the Odyssey trailer, but historically accurate armor. This is the same creator who did the early AI Balenciaga videos. This is... Michael J. Miraflor says, this convinces me that AI will definitely change the game from a post-production and fan edit POV. I also do think the historically accurate armor slaps. And I'm getting to the point where I almost enjoy fan edits of things more than the original production. I mean, this is what Asuda is, basically. The original production is cool, and I want to see the original production. But then the fan edit is just a whole new art form in and of itself. And with the AI capacity we have now, the fan edits can be, in terms of quality, as good or sometimes even better than the original production. Now, here's the thing. I'll watch both of them. I'm not going to not watch it. I'm going to watch it. This is the dilemma. I'm going to watch it. So they're going to make it. I would have to not watch it. But if I don't watch it, they're still going to make it anyways. So I'm just going to watch it. I'm just going to watch it. But yeah, Ryan Isaacs says, imagine a movie that was shot, trailer out for reviews, and updated on critique. That sort of thing is going to be possible with AI. I mean, it already is possible. Not just, I mean, it's possible even without AI, but it's way cheaper and way easier to do with AI. Especially as people recognize that they're watching AI. Like, if you watch an old movie with practical effects, you know you're seeing practical effects. You can see the practical effects. You recognize oh, look at that. That's a blood squib. But you'll still watch it. You still enjoy it. Even though you can see sort of behind the curtain a little bit, you still watch it and you still enjoy it. So the AI stuff can have like weird artifacts or stuff that's not quite perfect. It's not quite right. But I think it can still be compelling and entertaining to watch. That trailer, though, did give us one of the greatest tweets. One of the greatest tweets. This is a Hall of Famer right here. They expect none of us in the horse, brother. Just, it's not very often that I just do like a one-liner thing on here because I don't have a ton to say about it, I guess. But this, I had to give this one its due. This is so good. They expect none of us in the horse, brother. 7.6 million. This needs 200 million views. Extremely well done to Boomer Pride here. Chinatownsman. Look at that. 537 followers. The British Empire made me fat. What a banger tweet. Roman Helmet Guy says, the worst thing about Nolan's Odyssey hasn't even been discussed yet. Odysseus convinces the Greeks to throw Hector's infant son off the walls of Troy. Odysseus raids a city on his way home and kills all the men and enslaves the women. Odysseus kills an unarmed suitor who clings to his knees begging for his life. Odysseus tortures a goat herd who sided with the suitors by slicing off his ears and nose, chopping off his hands and feet, and ripping off his genitals and feeding them to dogs. Odysseus has his son brutally hang 12 of his slave girls who slept with the suitors. I remind you of all this because Nolan's Odysseus will instead have the same moral values as the 2025 median voter. That's another banger. That is another banger tweet. Bartermate says, whatever its faults, what made Northman interesting is that it took Norse morality and meaning on its own terms. Interesting. I haven't seen the Northman. Is it worth seeing? It sounds like it would be. This is again, I cannot possibly put myself in the frame of mind of the AI doomer because this is the sort of thing that can be easily and relatively cheaply produced now. So we don't just have to sit here on the sidelines and snipe at the people who are in the arena just being a bunch of fucking gay critics. We're not the ones who do. We're the ones who commentate. It's like Siskel and Ebert syndrome. We need fewer commentators and more doers, more creators. And obviously, I'm very self-aware as I say this as a commentator. But now is the capacity. Now we are gaining the capacity to go do these things ourselves. We don't just have to snipe at the Hollywood producers and stuff. We can go make the things ourselves. Make them in our own compelling ways. Theodore Dragonsbane says, I give it 2 years and some of the best art being produced will be by online anons producing full-length AI films and series. 100%. 100%. And think about the propaganda opportunities there. The ability to shape the culture by producing terrific art that wins on its own in its own right. It just wins by its own merits. Because it is just better art and more people want to see it and more people enjoy it. Because the vast majority of people are just gonna passively receive whatever is presented to them. I tweeted about this earlier today with Thomas Massey. He posts a poll that says something about Pam Bondi being fired or impeached or whatever. I didn't even care about the details. He posts a poll sampling his audience. And wouldn't you know it, the poll overwhelmingly gives him the result he wants. And then he champions this as, look at the great sample size I got. Yeah, you're a fucking prominent political figure. And it turns out that if you spend months telling your followers, the people who literally follow you, you spend months telling them to believe something. It turns out when you sample them, they will repeat back to you the thing you told them to believe. Imagine having that power and using it like an asshole. A masshole. It's more telling what these people choose to not use their power for than what they choose to use it for. Thomas Massey, I guarantee you Thomas Massey is well aware of the fact that he wields enough influence that if he decides to just single-handedly champion a cause and bleat loudly about it for months on end, he is going to amass a substantial portion of the population who will do the same thing. So then he can choose to use that power for good or for his own selfish purposes. And guess what he has chosen? Pathetic. All right, let's talk a little bit about these guys.
Good morning, bastards.
You got the Izot primer from XJosh, but now it's time for the Chalaki primer. This is from Slatsism on X. Chalaki is a concept in Indian culture that roughly translates to shrewd cleverness. It often refers to the ability to create the appearance of hard work while actually doing very little. Pleasing superiors, gaining admiration from an audience, and perhaps even developing a reputation as a hard worker while minimizing or avoiding real work entirely, that's chalaki. And it's considered a morally ambiguous, if begrudgingly respected, form of system scamming. I'm convinced that Indians gravitate towards cringe LinkedIn hustle culture and founder culture precisely because it's basically a chalaki Olympics. It's not about doing actual work, delivering results, or adding real value. It's about creating the illusion of being busy, important, or successful while not really doing anything. Taking photos of yourself pattering away at your laptop, pretending to look stressed or busy, captioning it with some cringe bullshit about how you grind 19 hours a day, all while not having a single functional deliverable that warrants any of that. Chalaki. Anyone who has worked with an Indian or even just seen an Indian working has probably experienced or witnessed some degree of chalaki at play. The Indian employee is always visible, attentive, and always appears to be doing something. But closer scrutiny quickly raises the question of what exactly they are doing or what they've achieved. The results they do produce, after what seems to be an incredible amount of time, tend to be incomplete, irrelevant, or littered with issues others then have to step in to fix. Why? Because no effort was exerted at all. It was just an illusion, a minstrel show of what they think effort looks like to cultivate the correct external signals. Not just in the workplace, universities are where Indians really refine their chalaki. As students, they appear to be constantly studying, but their education is limited to memorizing patterns rather than developing genuine understanding. So their grades are good and they have the appearance of being well educated, but in reality they have learned exceedingly little. At its best, chalaki is a form of optics-managed incompetence. At its worst, it promotes the ideal conditions for scamming, lying, cutting corners, or cheating to maintain the illusion of competence or effort while minimizing the need for any real hard work. This is an alien concept to the vast majority of the world where hard work is considered a virtue and only actual results, as opposed to the appearance of results, are praised. I mean, I don't know that's necessarily the case for the vast majority of the world, perhaps the vast majority of the Western world once upon a time. With chalaki, the longer or further you can go while doing as little as possible, the more clever you must be. Combine Izzat and chalaki, and you now have a pretty good understanding of why India is the way it is. Here's examples. There's something about 2 to 6 a.m. The world sleeps, distractions die, and the work finally breathes. Thank you, very cool, Kartikeya Verma. Or from Mehul Agarwal, people romanticize startups, but it is a lot of work. This is my sister and co-founder, Gauri_AL, at her own wedding, 10 minutes after ceremony, fixing a critical bug at Coil AI. Not a photo op, parents yelled at both of us. When people ask why we won, I'll point to this. Not a photo op. Not posed at all. Just a candid shot of them grinding away. If you don't know what Izzat was, we talked about this in another episode. The Indian subcontinent's cultural honor system. They all participate in an invisible clout chasing game that involves screwing over everyone as much as possible. The two of these go together extremely well. And then I got to read you this one. On the tails of that, I got to read you this. Last quarter, I announced a milestone. 30% of our code is now written by AI. I called it engineering velocity. The board loved that phrase. They didn't ask what the code does. Neither did we. It compiles, usually. That's the metric. Someone asked about testing. I said AI-assisted quality assurance. That means the AI writes the tests, too, for the code it wrote. It finds no issues. Very efficient. This week, we admitted Windows 11 core features are broken. Audio doesn't work. Explorer crashes. Updates fail to install. Users asked why. I said, we're investigating. Investigating means reading the code. The code the AI wrote, that no human understands. Because understanding isn't scalable. Our CTO says 95% of code will be AI generated by 2030. I believe him. I have to. We fired the people who would check. They were non-essential headcount. Essential means writes code. AI writes code. Humans are overhead. Overhead gets optimized. We optimized 10,000 engineers last year. This year, the bugs arrived. Unrelated, obviously. The engineers we kept are debugging AI output. They don't understand it either, but they're cross-functional. Cross-functional means they do everything. Everything means nothing well. A user asked why their audio disappeared after an update. I said, install updated drivers. They asked why the update broke the drivers. I said, report it via Feedback Hub. They asked what happens to feedback. I said, it helps us prioritize. Prioritize means add to backlog. Backlog means never, but politely. Someone on Hacker News called this a privacy and consent disaster. I called it an evolving user experience. Same thing, different framing. We released a fix. The fix broke something else. The something else was also written by AI. The fix was also written by AI. They're collaborating now. I call it autonomous iteration. The autonomous iteration has created 47 new bugs. Each bug spawns a fix. Each fix spawns 2 bugs. Exponential growth, just like our stock price. Unrelated, obviously. Satya told Mark we're at 30%. Mark said he didn't know Meta's number. Sundar said Google is also at 30%. None of us know what the code does, but we know the percentage. Percentage is a metric. Metrics go in earnings calls. Earnings calls move stock prices. Stock prices determine bonuses. Bonuses determine success. Success means the bugs don't matter. Users asked when Windows will work again. I said we're committed to quality. Quality means it ships. Ships means it's your problem now. Thank you for being part of the Microsoft family. Family means you can't leave. We're in your enterprise agreement for 3 more years. The circle of innovation. Headline: Microsoft CEO says up to 30% of the company's code was written by AI. Autonomous iteration. 2 Spider-Man. AI that wrote buggy code. AI that wrote the fix. Mr. Sue says, this is just gay corporate lingo and euphemism. Congratulations, sir. You got the joke. This is a masterful performance. Only someone deep within the industry would get that. Would not only be able to write that way, but would even write it this way as itself a meta commentary on the exact same industry. When all of this sort of lingo is used, it is used by people who write tweets like this. Bravo, Peter Gurnis. Cyber populist. Interesting. All right, here's this post from John Conrad that I've promised you guys. This is from a few days ago when he was talking about the battleship. The new battleship. When he said, come on, Dems, be honest, deep down, isn't there at least a tiny seedling-sized trace of testosterone left in your brain that looks at this battleship video and thinks, okay, yeah, that's kind of awesome. He says, how dare you? I don't care what Dems say in the comments. Call me 12, say it's stupid, say it's obsolete. I don't care. What does hurt is this. Teenage boys across America are seeing this battleship and feeling that spark, the pull to serve, to build, to sail in the Navy. That is the primary point of a battleship. Not tactics, not budgets, inspiration. National pride, a visible, undeniable statement that this country still builds big things with purpose and invites its young men to be a part of them. And that's what we need most right now, to reach our young men. I live in one of the most liberal towns in America, and even my most liberal friends admit it. We are failing our boys. And right now, for the first time in 80 years, we have a new battleship. But instead of sparking curiosity, instead of using it as a learning opportunity to teach their sons about buoyancy and propulsion, like my dad did 40 years ago, instead, many Democrat dads are smothering that spark right now. Mom's right, real men don't like battleships. Or everything Trump builds is junk. or even this should go to feed the poor. Literally the Judas rationalization. Not just in homes, but millions of American boys will return to school in January talking about battleships. What will their liberal teacher who just read in a New York Times article, this is a vanity project, battleships are obsolete, tell your boy? And no, I'm not just talking about rich white kids. I grew up in the Bronx. Then we moved to a wealthy neighborhood to escape the crime. We were still poor. I was bullied relentlessly. Then one day, my dad took me to Fleet Week in New York City. I boarded a massive warship. I don't even remember what kind. That part didn't matter. All I remember thinking was, this. I want this. I wanted this crew, this mission. I wanted to sail away from the bullies, the massive crime and fires and decay in New York City in the 80s. The fear, the pain, and pour my energy into something bigger than myself. So for 4 years in high school, I didn't party, I didn't do drugs, I didn't have sex. I stayed up late studying. I was too slow for varsity team, so I ran distance, hated every practice, but earned 8 varsity letters. All of it for one goal, a free education and the chance to serve the U.S. Navy. I got it too, then life kicked me in the teeth. Dad died while I was in college. But I found another path, the Merchant Marine, and I sailed all the way to becoming captain of my own ship. As the Dems keep reminding me, I'm not that smart. I have a few screws loose. I'm a terrible person. Maybe, but I'm one of only a few hundred Americans who hold a license to command the world's largest ships. Master Unlimited. Your kid can do it too. Our Navy and Merchant Marine and Coast Guard are desperate for officers. They don't even have to join the Navy. They can attend the Merchant Marine Academy for free, graduate, and make approximately $240,000 a year sailing an unarmed hospital ship. Become a captain like me or get a master's in teaching like my Merchant Marine wife and give back to any cause they believe in. Either way, they can live their entire life debt-free. And I know they can because enrollment is down because America hasn't had a ship to excite them in decades. Now we do. I was that boy. Your son is that boy now. But he will only put in the work if he's excited. Battleships excite boys of all ages. I hear liberals like Greta over and over again. How dare you? How dare you elect Trump? How dare you vote MAGA? So let me fire it right back. How dare you tell our boys this battleship is dumb? How dare you? I'm not joking. My eyes aren't dry. They're wet for the kid who looks up at a magnificent ship, turns to his dad with hope in his voice, and hears back, "That stupid kid." Frickin' battleship! I was listening to Tommy's podcast the other day. I don't remember who he was talking to, but he said, he's very anti-war. I think this might have been the episode with the Balds, which was a tremendous, tremendous episode, by the way. So good. I love these Balds roundtables that they have, however often they do over on Tommy's podcast, when you get Jim Kunstler and Dave Collum and Tom Luongo. And it's just, you're just listening to like these 3 grumpy old men just sitting there talking about whatever comes to mind for them. It's such good, cozy listening. One of the things they were talking about how they're anti-war, like they have that like default anti-war position. But Tommy was like, I can be as anti-war as I want to be, and someone says battleship, and I'm like, give me a fucking battleship. Let's go blow some shit up. Every young man hears battleship, and he's like, fuck yeah, where is it at? Let me see it. Let's go. Fucking love battleships, man. Yeah, the Jew, the Black Pillar, and the Luangooner. Yeah. Railguns to Mogadishu. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah.
We're going to kill them. They're going to be like dead.
The N-word.
Now, speaking of, New York Times Mara Gay.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.
MS Now finally mentions the exploding Minnesota fraud scandal. It is, by the way, it is not MSNBC anymore. It is MS Now. They finally mention it as a pretext to attack the Trump administration and conservatives. Here's Mara Gay talking about the Somali community, and I'm playing this one so that I can play the next one.
So absolutely it should be investigated. The question is,
that's a man, man.
Why is this a priority in a different kind of way? The politicization of the DOJ and the FBI is undeniable. So whether they are reliable narrators is the big question. And this is what happens when you weaponize and politicize federal agencies that are not meant to be, politicized. And I think the American people are right to ask the question, well, can we trust you? And that's a sad thing to say as an American. Let's recall, too, that there's also other scandals in other states. For example, the Mississippi welfare scandal. And this is not unique to politics. Americans know that. But, of course, the other factor here is that because it looks like the Somali population in Minnesota, the Somali immigrant population may have been involved in some way, those people are being scapegoated, and that community is being scapegoated in a way that certainly serves the far right.
I can't believe that somebody would go on TV looking like that on purpose. Just looks like she just rolled out of bed. Now, I played that because I had to play this one. These are our enemies. This is the enemy class is comprised of people like this.
But you see it as a possibility if he wants to spend $1 billion beating this guy, he could do it.
Absolutely. Somebody tweeted recently that actually with the money he spent, he could have given every American $1 million.
I've got it. Let's put it up on the screen. When I read it tonight on social media, it kind of all became clear. Bloomberg spent $500 million on ads. U.S. population 327 million. Don't tell us if you're ahead of us on the math. He could have given each American $1 million and have had lunch money left over. It's an incredible way of putting it.
It's an incredible way of putting it. It's true. It's disturbing. It does suggest.
It's true.
What we're talking about here, which is there's too much money in politics. And it makes it difficult because what we want in politics.
But you see it as
too much money in politics. Isn't this just wild? Just wild. 2020, the 2020 election. Michael Bloomberg running. Spent $500 million in ads. The U.S. population is 327 million. He could have given each American $1 million and still have money left over. I remember when this happened. And this is a meme. People have posted this meme before, making fun of people who do this sort of shit. And this dumb bitch literally did it. And then Brian Williams and Mara Gay sat there and looked at each other and they're like, wow, that's just so profound. She literally said it's true. Somalian math. Yes. This is... Now, too much money in politics is code for only our people should have their money in politics. And their money isn't in politics. Their money is in charity and scientific research and cultural, what's the word they use for it? Cultural, revivification or whatever. That's not money in politics. So William Wolf here is quote tweeting the GOP majority whip. This is Tom Emmer. We've got a boomer Republican in Congress. Not just a boomer Republican in Congress, but in congressional leadership. He is the majority whip for the GOP. This is what he says. Breaking. I'm calling for the denaturalization and deportation of every Somali engaged in fraud in Minnesota.
The white man is back.
Marichuk with the $30. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you, my man. It's good to see you here. I know that you're... say a prayer for our good friend Jason. He's going to need every last little bit of it going through his catechism now. That is a time of much spiritual learning. And You need all the prayers you can get. I know that, sir. And so I beseech all of you, pray for our good friend Jason. I'll just say I have a few other people in my life that I've seen just recently who are also just became catechumens, and it does my heart good. Thank you, Jason. Love you, man. All right. So we have the GOP majority whip. We've been talking about Congress being a problem. Really, it's the Senate that's the problem. The House has actually been pretty decent. Here we have the whip for the majority in the House explicitly calling for denaturalization and deportation of every Somali engaged in fraud in Minnesota. I mean, there's layers to just this sentence here. If he was calling for the deportation of every Somali engaged in fraud, that'd be one thing. And he might say the deportation of every illegal alien engaged in fraud. Like, that would be progress. That'd be really good progress. The deportation of every illegal alien. That would be moving the needle. But no, he says the deportation of every Somali. He's specifically calling out the one ethnicity. We've actually got boomer Republican congressmen specifically calling for the removal, the deportation of a specific regime pet ethnicity. But he goes even further. He's actually calling for denaturalization. Do you realize how far and how fast we're moving? We're winning. He says, I have 3 words regarding Somalis who have committed fraud against American taxpayers. Send them home. If they're here illegally, deport them immediately. If they're naturalized citizens, revoke their citizenship and deport them quickly thereafter. If we need to change the law to do that, I will. Our nation will not tolerate those who take advantage of our charity and refuse to assimilate into our culture. Additionally, if any naturalized Somalis had undisclosed ties to terrorist organizations like Al-Shabaab, I want to see their citizenship revoked and their asses sent back immediately. Same goes for anyone who is found to have committed marriage fraud during the immigration process. GOP leadership in Congress is now implicitly calling for stripping citizenship from a sitting member of Congress. William Wolf says lots of black pills and frustration out there right now. I get it. I really do. But look at this. A very normie GOP congressman calling for denaturalization. That's a big move in the right direction. Will he follow through? I don't know. He's the House Majority Whip, so he's putting his name on the line right now. But just 2 years ago or less, no one was talking like this outside of right-wing internet anons and a few face posters. We've dragged the Overton window on immigration, kicking and screaming to the right in record time. Keep posting, keep writing, keep pushing. I sense a dam building on this, and sooner or later, it's going to break. Remember, things go slow until they go fast. But they won't ever go fast unless we all do the slow work to create the conditions for victory. These are like print this off and staple it above your front door or something. No, that's where your icon of Christ needs to be. Print this off and staple it somewhere where you see it every day. Remember, things go slow until they go fast. But they won't ever go fast unless we all do the slow work to create the conditions for victory. Banger, William Wolf. Speaking of creating the conditions for victory, USCIS, this was back in September, USCIS announces results of Operation Twin Shield, a large-scale immigration fraud investigation. Immigration officers discovered immigration fraud in forms of marriage fraud, fake death certificates, and other bizarre schemes. U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, in coordination with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, conducted Operation Twin Shield, the first of its kind targeting surge of fraud detection and deterrence activities across Minneapolis, St. Paul, and surrounding areas September 19 to 28. Immigration officers discovered suspected fraud in 275 cases in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. The reason I'm sharing this here is because you've seen a whole lot of people who first discovered that this was happening when a YouTuber went and did a big viral video about it. And immediately they got really mad and said, why isn't anybody doing anything about this? Don't they know? Why are they not responding to us? Because they were busy doing something about it months before you ever knew something was happening. They talked about it. We talked about it here. You can go back and find the episodes. It was one in a whole bullet list of a bunch of different things that they were doing at the time. But I remember reading about this and talking about it here on the show. But nobody cared at the time. This issue that is now the single most pressing issue that will define every political battle from here until the end of time. Nobody cared about it 3 months ago when the administration told you they were investigating it. Already. They knew about it. They were already working on it then. This is why Nick Shirley went and produced this video so you fucking normies could learn about it. You are the normies now. Everyone here at the ASTROLAB has been ahead of the curve on all of this. Because literally all we do is just listen to what's happening. There are countless people out there who will tell you what's going on. But all the base guys are too caught up chasing breaking slop. And it becomes self-reinforcing. You get a whole bunch of people who are all telling each other the same bullshit. Oh, he said the bullshit, and he said the bullshit, and that guy's saying the bull, and everyone else is all saying the bullshit, so the bullshit must be true. Well, there's someone else who's saying the bullshit, who's pointing at you and saying, well, he's saying the bullshit, so the bullshit must be true. Just because a whole bunch of people are saying the same stupid bullshit doesn't mean the bullshit is true. You're fucking normies obsessing about the Epstein list. Or Netanyahu. What's Netanyahu doing today? Quick, I gotta get my alert. I gotta get the news alert to find out. I follow Netanyahu very closely. He's the most important political figure in the world. I have to have my Google alert so I know when Netanyahu says something. I hang on his every word. I'm getting deployed to Iran sooner or later. It's going to happen. I promise. It hasn't happened yet, but that's just because it's going to happen even harder soon. Go dig a ditch. Put yourself in it. 8 Somali migrants charged in an $8.4 million Medicaid housing fraud scheme. Date, September 20, 2025. What were we watched a video yesterday learning about Somali migrants engaged in Medicaid fraud schemes. And 3 months ago, Somali migrants were being charged by the Department of Justice for Medicaid housing fraud schemes. U.S. Attorney Joseph Thompson announced Thursday that 8 Somali migrants have been charged with wire fraud in connection with an $8.4 million Medicaid scheme tied to Minnesota's Housing Stabilization Service program. Prosecutors allege the defendants billed Medicaid for fictitious clients they claimed to have enrolled in housing services, but investigators determined no such work was performed. Most of these individuals did not receive the stable housing they so desperately needed, Thompson said at a press conference. The money was just simply stolen. He added that this was just the first round of indictments and that more charges are expected in waves. Thompson described the fraud as part of a larger pattern plaguing Minnesota's public programs. I want to be clear on the scope of the crisis. What we see are schemes stacked upon schemes, draining resources meant for those in need. It feels never-ending. I have spent my career as a fraud prosecutor, and the depth of the fraud in Minnesota takes my breath away. The fraud must be stopped. Again, this article was written September 20th, 2025. This article was written 10 days after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. This issue that everyone on the timeline has now been activated by because sufficient breaking slop accounts told them about it. Now, They're like, well, we're the ones who know about this and nobody else does, and why aren't they doing anything? Can I inform you? Nobody knows. I'm the one who has the secret knowledge. I obtained the secret knowledge from my Breaking Slop account, and I even went and watched the original video. This is breaking news that nobody knows about. Nobody's doing anything about it. The video has like 500 million views, but nobody knows about it. I need to yell about it relentlessly because nobody's solving this problem that they were prosecuting 3 months ago when you didn't give a shit. Read, motherfuckers. Spend more time reading and less time posting. It'll be good for your character. You know, you can even save some time. Just listen to the ASTROLAB. Just tune in. Carve out a couple hours of your day, throw it on 2X, listen to it, get just a quick rundown of everything. And then all the rest of the time, you're hunched over, you're angry. Just like go for a walk or something. Go pick up a hobby. It'll be better for you. Now, these frauds that we're looking at, a whole bunch of them all came from Medicaid, right? So, if they're trying to investigate Medicaid fraud, trying to deport people for engaging in Medicaid fraud, kind of seems like they would need to have access to Medicaid data, right? Kind of hard to investigate this sort of thing. Ascertain where the fraud is, how much the fraud is, where it was coming from, where it was going to, which people, which physical human beings were actually engaged in this whole process. So you can go, because like deporting someone is not just like typing a tweet. When you deport someone, you have to go drive to a physical location, and you have to walk into a building, and you have to put hands on a physical person and pull them out and put them in a vehicle and drive them to a holding facility. And then they have a court appearance, and they go to a holding facility, and then they get put onto some sort of a vehicle to take them physically out of the country. This is a very protracted process that involves a whole bunch of different people. And if you're going to do that to someone, you have to know who the person is, so you can even find them in the first place. So you have to have access to the data to determine who it is, so you can go find them, so that you can deport them. If you're unhappy with how fast it's moving, go fucking work for ICE. Oh, but I already have it. Then do your fucking job and shut up. Spend more time doing your job and less time complaining on the internet about other people who are doing their job that you're too pussy or too good to do. Well, look at this. Months ago, the Trump administration began the process of seeking welfare records for immigration enforcement purposes, but were sued by 21 blue states. The states enroll for federal programs, shockingly, and immediately blocked by the courts. Why aren't they doing anything? Months ago, they began on this process, and they literally could not even get access to the data that they needed for it, because it was being withheld from them and bound up in lawsuits. Because this is how it works. And just now, as of yesterday, the Trump administration can now share immigrants' Medicaid data with ICE. They literally couldn't even do it before, so they couldn't even go find these people. So they played the long game, did the whole process, the whole rigmarole that they have to go through. Probably, at a minimum, several dozen people probably committed to this one case alone, or this one initiative. At a minimum. Could have been hundreds, I don't know. At least probably several dozen people, when you're considering all the clerks and all the lawyers and all of the go-betweens and all the people who have to be involved in something like this. They're all busy doing their job while you are not doing your job and you're just sitting there like yelling at them for not going fast enough. Yet another huge win. Perfect timing, isn't it? We get this big breaking story that goes super mega uber viral, Elon boosting it as much as possible, right at the same time that a judge rules that the Trump admin can share immigrants' Medicaid data with ICE, so that ICE can actually go in now that they've got the political and narrative cover, now they've got the legal pretext to go in and attack this issue. How? This is so good. This is such good news. How many people are telling you about this good news? Go follow and appeal to pragmatism. Turn the push notifications on and just read them. Just skim them each time they come through. And appeal to pragmatism on Telegram. If you don't want to do that, go join the King Pill Discord, where Slutty Milk will post appeal to pragmatism posts in the Discord. So I can then pull them out and talk about them on the show. That's where I got these links. All of these came from there. All of this information is readily available. Right at your fingertips. I'm pointing you at the places you can go to get them. Share this with as many people as you can. When you see people who are dooming about this bullshit, send them this stuff. The ones who can be rescued. We have recovered doomers in our Discord and in the chat. Recovered or recovering doomers. There are some that can be retrieved. We can save them. Save a doomer. Befriend a boomer, save a doomer. Here's your marching orders. And share the show. Now look at this. Gayvin Newscum has his own issues that this can now be capitalized upon to investigate. The IRS has confirmed that Gavin Newsom is running a criminal enterprise. Spencer Pratt met with criminal investigators at the IRS, at Scott Bessett's IRS, I might add. $800 million given as aid via fire aid for Pacific Palisades and Los Angeles fire victims never reached the victims. Not a single dollar. While Gavin Newsom has his Section 8 secured through theft. Now you ask, where the fuck did the money go? Well, NGOs, including one called Cal Volunteers, an NGO Gavin Newscum and his wife created. Think about the fucking sheer evil audacity of this. Entire neighborhoods burned up because of the negligence of the local governments. And Gavin Newsom creates a fucking NGO to siphon off aid money. But he mogs, right? Now, FireAid has just stripped Cal Volunteers from its website as a recipient as the news broke.
Just met with a great team of criminal investigators here at the IRS. If you asked FireAid for any money, you emailed them, please send me all your correspondence. If you bought tickets, merchandise, or donated to FireAid and you have the receipt, please email that evidence to info@prattdaddy.com. I repeat, if you are a fire victim in Altadena, Pacific Palisades, Pasadena, Malibu, any fire victims, and you reached out to FireAid, please send me those correspondence and then the correspondence of whoever FireAid told you to email. Thank you so much. Look forward to closing this case.
Now, did I have... Yes. So, this guy here. There's so many of these guys. Like the old boomer dude that Nick Shirley was with. These guys who have just made it their life goal to... They've grabbed onto one of these issues like a fucking bulldog. And they're just going to run it to ground, no matter what it costs them. If they can make it their job, if they can get paid to do it, great. If someone will pay for them to do this, great. Otherwise, they're just going to do it as a hobby. And they could create a Discord server or a group chat somewhere or a Facebook group or whatever. And all the other people who want to take their time to start contributing to these sorts of efforts. We've seen this for years now. We saw what 4chan and Reddit were able to do when they started investigating things. And you got these little niche groups of people around these various different issues who just spend all of their time accumulating all this evidence, running all these investigations to ground, going into their state governments or emailing the IRS or whatever it is that it takes. They coordinate together to force these sorts of stories out into the public. You too could join a group like this if there's one of these issues that directly affects you. Maybe you're in Southern California. And you spend a lot of time, maybe, I don't know, you playing video games or whatever else. And, it's not that there's anything wrong with playing video games, but you feel like I want to do something. I don't know what to do. I got a day job. I can't really do something much outside of my day job. Well, maybe in the evening, you go research NGO corruption fraud and get yourself bolted on with one of these groups of people, accumulating all of the evidence so you can send it to a U.S. attorney. Make their job easier. An interesting development here. Crowdfunded Doge. The plan to unleash dozens of Nick Shirleys across America. Nick Shirley's Minnesota daycare investigation hit 124 million views in less than 4 days and exposed millions in alleged welfare fraud. Now, Silicon Valley wants to scale the model nationwide. Chamath Palihapitiya just backed the idea, this is the All In podcast guy, just backed the idea of a crowdfunded grant program to unleash tens of investigative journalists on fraud across blue states, starting with California. The concept: create a decentralized Doge-like network of citizen journalists, funded by tech investors, supported by private investigators, and aimed at systematically documenting fraud across blue states. Think of it as Elon's Doge operation, but crowdsourced and hyper-focused on state-level corruption instead of federal waste. The strategy is simple. Flood the news cycle with so many documented fraud cases that traditional media can't ignore them, and Democrats can't counter the narrative fast enough. One hoodie-wearing journalist with a camera just reached more people than every major news network combined. Now imagine dozens doing the same thing simultaneously across multiple states. This is launching with the midterms in mind, designed to overwhelm whatever narrative control corporate media still has. Shirley proved the model works. Now the question is whether Silicon Valley backing can turn one viral investigation into a coordinated nationwide blitz. Now, if you hear this and your mind immediately fills with potential criticisms or risks or ways that this could fail or not quite work out or whatever, resist the urge to start typing that into a chat or something somewhere, and instead choose to yourself to commit to either becoming one of these investigative journalists or finding one and committing yourself to him to help him navigate those potential hurdles. How can you help? Empty criticism typed on the internet doesn't help. Going and finding an actual investigative journalist and assisting him and saying, okay, here are the potential risk factors you need to consider. What sort of imprint could you have on this potentially emerging new industry? Maybe this industry only lasts for as long as it needs to, up until the midterms or something like that. We get some big wins out of it. But I'm pretty sure that something like this, they dedicate enough money to this. I'm pretty sure something like this is going to turn into media organizations. This is the creation of a new media apparatus. Oh, but it's these rich guys who have these other priorities. They're the one. Where are the rich guys with your priorities who are doing it? Is one of them out there? I hope. If he is, go work for him. Go lend your assistance. Go donate. Go do whatever you have to offer. Go assist the guy who happens to have one for one the exact same priorities as you in pursuing this goal. But if that guy doesn't exist, and you're not equipped to be that guy, then go help the guys who are actually doing it. Just like yelling onto the internet is like, I understand people, I could just do this, and then people all start talking about it, we all start talking about it together, and then something happens. This is like the bullet holes in the airplane thing. You see the things where people talk about it and then something happens. You don't see all the ones that don't. There's lots of things that people spend lots of time talking about on the internet, yelling and chimping about, that never produce anything. What we need is organized, focused, institutionalized chimping. There's a great opportunity for some of our guys to go get themselves a fucking salary to hunt down the libs here. Don't get too caught up in critique maxing. Don't fall off into Siskel and Ebert world. We've got enough critics. Be a man in the arena. Let's talk a little bit about voter fraud here. Because here we go. Here's the exact sort of thing that this could be done for. Soros-backed NGO is teaching D.C. residents how to sneak onto juries and rig trials against President Trump and his administration. A newly formed Washington, D.C. group called Free D.C., tied to community change and community change action, is training residents to act as skeptical jurors in federal cases involving President Trump. Co-founder Alex Dodd said jurors have enormous power to judge the administration itself. Critics report the sessions encourage rigging trials against the administration, conduct plainly barred under 8 U.S.C. 1503. Federal statute 8 U.S.C. 1503 explicitly bars efforts to influence jurors to obstruct justice, raising serious legal concerns. They openly talk about it. Here is someone Chatterjee. Kea Chatterjee, admitting that she and her comrades are intentionally tainting the D.C. jury pool as part of the resistance, which is a crime.
We have way more power than they do. We have power as workers. Who here is in a union? If you're not in a union, get in a union. Talk to your coworkers about collective action. We have power as consumers. We can choose to either fuel the companies that are profiting off of our oppression, or we can starve those companies. We have power as jurors. We have seen that these indictments they are trying to get, they are failing, right? Our people understand the assignment. We see that this administration's charges are unjust.
Straight up admitting to crimes. But here's the thing. Now you need to get the actual, just saying, hey, we're committing crimes is great. Now you got to go investigate them. You got to put all that together. And now you've got like an Ouroboros thing here going on where we're rigging juries. Okay, so we're going to prosecute you for rigging juries. Where are we going to do that? In the places where you're rigging juries? You see the problem here? There is no like easy button solution for this. It's the easy button solution for this is to turn this particular matter into another Somali daycare situation where everyone finds out about it. It gets plastered everywhere and it forces institutional give. Okay, we got to back off of this priority here. We got to take a different angle. Yeah, online people are more pathetic and blackpilled than Harridan libtard women. This woman has been getting kicked in the teeth time and time and time again. Hundreds, maybe thousands of times over this year. She's not blackpilled. She's got fucking balls. She's going to go out, she's going to speak to a big crowd of people and rally them up to go fucking rig juries. Do you, Anon, have that kind of balls? You won't even attach your own fucking face to your internet profile. which is fine. You don't have to attach your face to your internet profile. But then don't be a fucking faggy doomsburg all the time while you're too afraid for people to even know what you think. John Lefebvre here says, in a group chat with a bunch of smart, successful liberals who still don't understand how elections get stolen. So I wanted to share. In simple terms, this is what happens. First, fill up the voter rolls with as many names as possible, including illegals, dead people, and residents who left the state. 2, legislate for unsolicited ballots to be automatically mailed out. 3, pay people per ballot to collect, fill out, sign, and send back or dump these ballots into drop boxes. Here's how this works. Take a random low-income apartment building in Pennsylvania or Georgia with 100 units. This is a demographic that doesn't vote and rarely checks their mail. Unsolicited ballots will be automatically sent to every single tenant or resident registered to that building, going back a decade or longer. So a 100-unit apartment building could receive 5x as many ballots, most of which litter the mailroom floor. Activist groups like Arabella recruit low-income residents to collect these ballots and pay them for every completed ballot without oversight or accountability. So these recruits can either laboriously track down the intended recipients and encourage them to vote legally, or they can collect as many blank ballots as possible, fill them all out themselves, knowing they'll make thousands of dollars, and it's virtually impossible to get caught. These ballots end up in the mail or in a drop box where they will be counted alongside legitimate ballots, having never been verified or signature matched. It doesn't take a grand conspiracy as long as the participant pawns are incentivized monetarily to cheat on their own accord. And there's no legal recourse as the big money organizers have plausible deniability because they don't need to instruct or bear witness to any of the cheating. There's also this. It's not just the Somalis in Minnesota. The Dems open our nation to anyone who would come here and vote for them in exchange for our tax dollars. They use shell companies to funnel public money to the immigrants, meaning we are slaves that fund the people replacing us. This is why the Democrats so desperately don't want voter ID, because they are wittingly engaged in a scheme to let the illegals vote, which allows them to stay in power, which allows them to continue to steal our tax dollars. It's all one giant racket, and we the people are the suckers. Here's States Harris 1 versus ID requirement. Let's see here. No ID, no ID, no photo ID, no ID, no ID, no ID, no ID. Is there any red state that does not require ID? Looks like no. What a fascinating theme here. I'm reminded of that tweet by the great patriot Interstate Juche a couple of weeks ago. He said, the Democrats don't have some great sophisticated get out the vote operation. They don't have some great like marketing, rallying the troops sort of thing going on. They don't have some big grasp over people's minds such that they just vote for them in mass. They literally just stuff ballot boxes. They're literally just third worlders. The Democrat Party is a third world party. A party of third world communists. As I said in the beginning of this episode, punishing the fraud is only a priority to the extent that it enables us to stop the fraud. Stopping the fraud is a vastly higher priority, and it's pretty straightforward how that's done. Same-day voting, paper ballots, ID required. Easy. And then audit the books, cut funds off from the Treasury, arrest and deport the people who have been, however many people you can arrest and deport who've been involved in it. And then sure, dedicate resources to going and finding the politicians who facilitated it or signed off on it. But if you're securing the elections, then you can also just let those politicians get replaced. stopping the fraud, preventing it from continuing, and securing the flows of money is much more important than the actual thorough, rigorous, complete court process for every single person involved in that. You're talking decades worth of prosecutions to cover all of the required people. The court system is intentionally slow and kludgy and labyrinthine. It's gonna move slow because it's designed to move slow. So be it. Just stop the fraud. Secure the elections. This is very easy. The administration has already, Trump himself has many times said this explicitly. He says, no tax on Social Security, no tax on tips, no transgender for everyone, and no men playing in women's sports. Like, these are when he rattles off he says it so many times, just rattles off the past accomplishments. Then he talks about the future things. And he says, securing elections. We need to abolish the filibuster so that we can pass legislation to secure the election, specifically voter ID requirement, paper ballot requirement, same-day voting requirement. These are things that can be unilaterally passed by Congress, totally arbitrarily. It doesn't have to be any justification. They literally just pass it. Trump has told you what he wants. If you don't see how passing same-day voting, voter ID required, paper ballots, if you don't see how that is an indirect, that's indirectly addressing the problem of the incentive for all of these fraud schemes, I don't know what to tell you, man. Looks like the stream just hung up. We're getting some frame skipping stuff going on. So if that's happening, it looks like the kick stream is falling behind the others. So you might just need to refresh the stream and it'll catch back up to basically live. Here you go. Here's another one. FEC complaint today. This is Peter Bernegger. It says Negger. See, when I put that soundboard on there, I was thinking of Peter here. FEC complaint sent in today against U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock and his treasurer, Christopher Koob. Christopher Koob. For smurfing $62,111,521.
If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Thank you, Gluten Doodle. Good to see you, friend. Congratulations to Thomas Dank for receiving the gifted sub to all of our enemies.
Your defeat will be certain, your demise will be final, and your downfall will be total and complete.
So true. Thank you, Mr. President.
The only acceptable political theory is complete undying loyalty to Donald Trump.
Okay, so if you remember, Raphael Warnock is this, he's a minister. He is the
N-word
in Georgia. A guy who, very obviously, in retrospect, only got elected because of fraud. So in addition to smurfing, they're using synthetic name clustering. Core findings. First, massive rare surname clustering, primary committee, in Warnock for Georgia, showing 4,793 surnames appearing exactly 2 or 3 times. Each is paired with different first names and different locations. This is statistically incompatible with organ donor behavior and in comparison to the names on the U.S. Census. It would be like getting hit by lightning 3 times in your life. Here are examples, non-cherry-picked. Ferris, Ives, Otterson, Alhadef, Coffrin, Hostetter, Lampson, Haukebo, Ferber, Silverman. These are not common surnames, yet they repeat in the exact frequency band that synthetic generators produce. Smurfing is structured money laundering into political campaigns. Warnock and Koob are stealing the identities of elderly senior citizens to carry out their scheme. Warnock of Georgia is in the top 5 nationally for smurfing. It may be only Biden has a higher smurfing number. Warnock is one of those fake reverends just itching to take your money. Well, he did, from the U.S. Treasury. With such a large amount, you'll find chunks of the $62,111,521 working its way into other Democrat campaigns. With Act Blue already under FBI investigation, confirmed again by Kash Patel this week, Warnock is one of Act Blue's biggest customers. And I know, I hear the voices. Oh, under investigation. I'm so tired of hearing about things that are under investigation. I don't trust the FBI. You want them to do something. This is what you do. If you have an organization that needs to be investigated for committing federal crimes, that investigation will be opened with the FBI. The FBI investigates it. Then the FBI refers it for prosecution. This is how it works. When you say, do something, what you're saying is, investigate it. Open an FBI investigation. FBI investigations are slow. They take a long time, particularly if you're investigating a key stronghold of the regime and you're going to try to prosecute them, knowing full well that they're going to have a tremendous amount of resources behind finding every last little loophole they possibly can to evade that prosecution. That means it has to be an even longer investigation. If you want them to do something, you cannot complain when they say, we're investigating this. That is the first step. Political committee, blah, 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 Warnock Victory Fund, has accepted 2,182 smurfed donor transactions totaling $4,765,883 from 1,388 unique smurfing donors. That these transactions encompass 23.8% of the 9,156 available committee transactions, and also being 27.2% of the 17,549,562 full committee transaction valuation. And then Warnock for Georgia has accepted 969,936 smurfed donor transactions, totaling $57 million from 65,000 unique smurfing donors. These transactions encompass 65% of the 1.5 million available committee transactions, and also being 35% of the 162.5 million full committee transaction valuation. After the FEC doesn't do anything, then I'll file suit, he says. This is Peter Bernegger, independent journalist, president of Election Watch. Maybe you can go donate to Election Watch, or you can go volunteer yourself to work for Election Watch. Maybe you could start a new Election Watch, get more Election Watches. Yeah, hon. Why can't they just extrajudicially arrest all the people we don't like? Why is Trump not personally arresting people and sending a picture to me that I can fap to? Okay, now let's do a little foreign policy. Shut up. I don't want audio here. So you guys may have heard that there was another assassination attempt on Vladimir Putin. And it happened while Zelensky was meeting with Trump. There was 91 drones launched at Putin's pad. Zelensky is denying involvement. Here is Sundance from Conservative Treehouse at The Last Refuge 2 on Twitter. He says, "You ask a question, I'll give you an answer from a person who researches deeply. In context, there have been several attacks against Russia that have been timed with negotiations. I noted in real time as they took place that each instance of closer agreement during Russia-Ukraine negotiations in Turkey or US-Ukraine negotiations in Turkey and Paris, there have been attacks into Russia that seem to carry a motive from an external third party. US media have said the attack on Putin may be a lie. However, with physical evidence from the defense operation, it is less likely Russia just made up the attack. Also, at this moment in the conflict, Putin doesn't need domestic propaganda. Context. British intelligence previously confirmed their participation in the successful Ukraine drone attack against long-range Russian bombers. That operation, highly controversial at the time, was previously confirmed by President Trump, saying the U.S. was not informed in advance. The coalition of the willing has also expanded. Outside the Ukraine regime, the current group making up the coalition of the willing includes the UK, France, Germany, Canada, and Australia. It's worth noting the additions are all part of the British Commonwealth: UK, Canada, and Australia. Most observers note that Ukraine President Zelensky is not an independent actor in the warfare decisions as carried out from within Ukraine itself. In fact, British intelligence has now replaced US intelligence for providing the majority of the satellite guidance systems, targeted systems, and missile operations. German and French intelligence have been closely coordinating with the UK on behalf of European Union stakeholders. Europe, specifically the British MI6 intelligence service, have recently espoused their number one priority is to defeat Russia using the proxy that Ukraine provides. So, with full context applied, it is entirely likely that both Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky are not lying. The most likely scenario is that UK elements inside Ukraine again use the opportunity of the Trump-Zelensky negotiation meeting to carry out the attack against Russian President Putin. The motive is obvious. Beyond the ideological component, the economies of the UK and EU are now increasingly dependent on their defense spending, as was recognized yesterday with the severe contraction of the German economy in almost all sectors except those supported by defense spending. An end to the Russia-Ukraine conflict is against the interests of the coalition of the willing. Additionally, an ancillary motive for the US group who supported the EU effort is to keep President Trump bogged down. I suspect the British did it. Yes, Trust Plansar, we are approaching City of London consciousness with normies. Sundance isn't totally a normie, but he's much more normie than Tom Luongo is. They're familiar with each other. They've talked with each other. But yes, approaching. Approaching is the correct word. I would say probably by the end of 2026, we're going to have major public conversations happening with the phrase City of London. I'm not going to say the average normie because, there's plenty of average normies who don't even know about the Somali thing in Minnesota. Hard to believe, but it's true. So I'm not going to say the average normie is going to be talking about City of London. But the average, relatively avid news consumer, normie, is going to be familiar with the distinction between London and City of London by the end of 2026. That's my prediction. Here's my last prediction of 2025. That's the one. By the end of 2026, we'll look at on December 30th or 31st or whatever it is in 2026, we will check back on this prediction. Remind me if I forget. We've even got Mario Knopfel. People, he's just stupid slop clickbait, blah, blah. Yeah, it's significant when the slop accounts are saying things like, did Britain try to kill Putin without telling Trump? Former CIA analyst Larry Johnson. We've got Mario Knopfel signal boosting Larry Johnson, interviewing Larry Johnson about this issue.
Could European intelligence also be behind this, or it has to be American intelligence for such a large attack? How significant is European intelligence when it comes to this war?
Well, British intelligence. The rest of them, French, German, not that important. British intelligence is critical. This is their baby. Plus, when you realize the head of MI6, she's got Ukrainian roots. So this is British intelligence. It is possible that British intelligence could have done this without consulting with the Americans.
Could you repeat?
Yeah, Kate says, as Thomas said, the more Trump cuts off their funding mechanism, the more the City of London will need to spend their money and show their hand openly. Right. I don't know who it was. I've seen a few people who've made this observation that hitting the boats in the Caribbean is a way of ensuring, well, if you bomb a boat, then You destroy some infrastructure, then they need to replace that infrastructure somehow. And so you're going to see messages and money flows and stuff are going to start pinging around. And you could track those and trace those, which is probably one major reason that they have so much naval personnel in the region, is partly just for monitoring communications and tracking things as they pop up on radar, so to speak, around them. This one here I've had for a couple weeks, and I just want to get it out while it's relevant. The Cambridge University website confirms that Gina Haspel, Mike Morrell, the former CIA director, and Doug Wise, DIA and CIA, are all part of the Cambridge program chaired by former head of MI6, Richard Dearlove. Dearlove is the boss of MI6 operative and Trump dossier author Christopher Steele. Gina Haspel used to run CIA London station before Pompeo installed her as the CIA director. Dearlove is friends with my former history professor. This is Svetlana Lakova. Christopher Andrew, who recently revealed that he is an MI5 British FBI officer. Andrew and Dearlove published newspaper articles that started the Mueller investigation. They're friends with Jim Clapper and John McLaughlin, former CIA director, who visited Cambridge during Russiagate. Dearlove is friends and business partners with Russiagate architect Stefan Halper, a CIA, FBI, MI6 operative. Halper gave false evidence against Trump campaign associates and Donald Trump himself to start the FBI investigation, Crossfire Hurricane. So you've got this, the 2026 International Security and Intelligence Program will again be hosted at Emmanuel College in the University of Cambridge. This will be Sunday, 5th of July to Saturday, 1st of August, 2026. ISI is chaired by Sir Richard Dearlove, former chief of the British Secret Intelligence Service. The Cambridge Security Initiative launched the International Security and Intelligence Program in 2026. The aim of this unique program is to provide an opportunity for participants to engage with leading academics and practitioners from the intelligence and security communities in the historic setting of one of the world's foremost universities. Drawing on wide-ranging experience of and research in the field, the program focuses initially on transatlantic intelligence and security perspectives before moving on to explore broader global perspectives. And speakers in recent years have included the former heads of the British Secret Services, the Chief Judge to the Appeals Court of the United States Armed Forces, Gina Haspel, former director of the CIA, Michael Morrell, former acting director of the CIA, Brigadier General Eystein Kvarving, Norwegian Armed Forces, Doug Wise, former deputy director of the DIA, and leading academics working in the field of intelligence and security studies. And then one other little note that, where was it here? What was this here? Cambridge University has recently confirmed my surprise that my former professor of 20 years, who I fell out with because he wrote a false article about General Flynn, was an MI5 officer. Oh, yeah. This here. This explains why Obama makes so many visits to 10 Downing Street. A lot of people have been picking up on this lately. Isn't it interesting that Obama just keeps going over to 10 Downing Street over and over and over and over and over again? Almost as if something is being coordinated out of there. Okay, so Perfidious Albion, continuing on this subject here, they created Zionism and Wahhabism. Their 1904 rule explains Ukraine. This is the hidden empire. To understand the war in Ukraine, you must first understand the 500-year project of the British Empire. It is not a story of kings and colonies, but of finance, ideology, and a single ruthless geopolitical rule. Harvey Schlanger, what a name, Harley Schlanger, president of LaRouche.org, connects the dots in a way you've never heard before. According to his research, the empire's modern form began not with a battle, but with a bank. Garland Nixon and Harley Schlanger here.
The British East India Company emerged as the most powerful force, and they had been helped by the Dutch Empire. 1688 was a so-called Glorious Revolution where the Dutch moved in and pretty much taught the British a lot of what the Dutch learned from the Venetians, namely how to set up a central bank, a private bank. The Bank of England was modeled on the Bank of the Netherlands. And this connection between the drive for resources and land was what was behind the imperial tradition. The picture.
Now, one note real quick. He mentioned Venice. So you have this, you go from Venice to the Netherlands to London. Do you know what Venezuela means? I can't believe this didn't even occur to me until just recently. Venezuela literally means Little Venice. It's true.
Now, in the midst of this 500-year period, there was an extremely important break, namely the American Revolution. And we should never forget that the American colonies fought the first successful anti-imperial revolution. But that wasn't the end of the story, because the British never accepted it and have continued in one way or another to try to figure out how to undermine the United States and the American Republican tradition. So if we start there, that gives us a bigger picture of what we're talking about. The British have an enormous storehouse of history that they rely on at Oxford. In the bowels of Oxford, there's a museum. I can't remember the name right now. It'll come back to me. But it's a museum where they study other cultures and how to manipulate them. Ashmolean Museum. This is where Zionism was created. This is where Wahhabism, the perversion of Islam, was created. This is where they use studies of ideology, national ideologies, and a kind of identity politics for nations. And that's where geopolitics comes from. And Garland, I want to make one point from the very beginning. We use the term geopolitics because it's sort of homogenized to mean any kind of international relation that has to do with different countries. No, geopolitics was a specific doctrine developed by the British at the end of the 19th century and put into a form in 1904 by a man named Halford Mackinder in his Geographical Pivot of History. And it was a strategy of how the British could use their power of the deep sea navy to control international trade, currency, terms of trade, and so on. And at the heart of it was the idea that you could never allow, the British could never allow an alliance between Central European countries and Eurasian countries. And that is what we're seeing today fought out over Ukraine, over the whole question of China, and so on.
Okay, so those of you who have Hermetic Hegemony.
OGC. Make foreigners pay more at national parks. Trump. Done. OGC. Gratitude. Loyalty. Couldn't be me. Sounds like a trap. I would rather be a whining minority that treats all gifts like rightful payments on a debt.
Yeah, you know, I love the OGC boys. Those are my boys. Very close to them. And there's plenty of people in the OGC who are, they don't have that same knee-jerk reaction. But I do think that is a criticism I've heard from lots of people about them. Again, I love the guys. They are my guys, and so I'm not gonna publicly go after them and countersignal them, because I think that they are good people, they're good friends, and I think it's a good organization that I strongly recommend people go join. But I think the criticism to the people who do engage in that criticism, I think, or who engage in the behavior that criticism is targeted at, I think it's valid. Yes. You're having all these different things they don't have to do these things. The only reason they would do these things is because they believe in it and they want to open a hand of patronage to you. So to say, oh, it doesn't matter, oh, it's insignificant, or you should have just done that anyways, so you know, you're still in debt to me. This is a very Jewish way to look at the world. You could say, thank you, sir, may I have another? But to be like, oh, well, he finally did the thing that we've been wanting him to do, but he didn't do it right, or he didn't do it enough, or he didn't do it fast enough, or No, just thank you, sir, may I have another? Yes, please. Thank you so much for what you've done. Please give us more. Theodore Dragonsbane says there are a few white-pilled OGCers. There are, absolutely. And even the black-pilled ones, I still love them. I still love them. But they got to stop the black-pilling shit. Han Pritchard says that he's an OGC member, and it's unfortunately too accurate. Okay, so I want to throw this one up here. We're not gonna play this right now, but just as a give you guys the opportunity to go watch it. Very, very good conversation from, when was this? 2 weeks ago on Crypto Rich's channel. He talked to Matt Ehret on the Fabian Society, how Britain engineered communism and controls the world. Nice little clickbaity title there, but it's actually very, very good. It's a quick, it's only like 50 minutes, so it's a pretty quick episode. Quick, easy to listen to. Very, very strongly recommend it. And when I went to search for this one, I found another one from 6 days ago. Britain's hidden hand in America's government. They set up the deep state with Matt Ehret. I have not watched this one yet, but I'll include this in the links for those of you who want to. After you watch the first one about the Fabian Society, then go watch this one. I can already tell you, if it's Crypto Rich with Matt Ehret, it's going to be good stuff. So make sure you go listen to those. Anybody who's been in this world for a while now, the Luongo, City of London, this whole sort of media sphere, the LaRouche, the Magagrammas, all of them. None of this stuff that Lyndon LaRouche here, or sorry, that Harley Schlanger is talking about should be necessarily breaking news to you, but it's a really good distillation, I think, of how this imperial project emerged and the character that it has and the methodologies that it uses to sustain itself. Yeah, I've got more thoughts on. I could go on at length about that, but I've got some other stuff I want to get to. So I'll save those for now. Go watch these conversations with Matt Ehret talking about the Fabians and Britain's hidden hand in America's government. One of the most interesting subjects in the world to me right now. And we're going to go on to talking about, it's time, Mr. Sue, it's time. We get to talk about the Fed and Scott Bessent. But before I do that, I got to run go take a leak real quick. So you guys can eat some ass for a minute.
Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. My children aren't going hungry. I'll do it. I'll drink your blood. And I'm starting to think about having to eat my neighbors. You think I like sizing up? I'm gonna haul him up that chain. Chop his ass up, size it up. I'm gonna haul him up that chain. Chop, 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 chop. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I'll barbecue your ass flat. I will cook your ass up so fast, and I'll tell them, well, I killed a cow out back, baby. You think Christ would eat somebody? He would never do that. I will. I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. That's why I want the globalists to know. I will eat your ass first. I swear to God, if it's the last thing I do, I'm gonna get my hands around your throat.
All right, you guys feel better now? Man, my hair went nuts. I had to take the hoodie off. I was cooking in here. So I'm just going to have my hair be all wild for the rest of it. Sorry, went to bed. Well, good night then. Okay, so I'm old enough to remember when the idea that we would ever get any sort of substantive, like, reform or, you know, like, doing anything about the Fed was just a complete and total pipe dream. It's like, yeah, maybe, you know, decades from now, we might get someone might do a little something to kind of tweak around the edges or whatever. Well, on December 23, Donald Trump said this: "The Trump rule. The financial news today was great. GDP up 4.2% as opposed to the predicted 2.5%. And this despite the downward pressure of the recent Democrat shutdown. But in the modern market, when you have good news, the market stays even or goes down because Wall Street's heads are wired differently than they used to be. In the old days, when there was good news, the market went up. Nowadays, when there is good news, the market goes down because everybody thinks that interest rates will be immediately lifted to take care of potential inflation. That means that essentially we can never have a great market again, those markets from the time when our nation was building up and becoming great. Strong markets, even phenomenal markets, don't cause inflation, stupidity does. I want my new Fed chairman to lower interest rates if the market is doing well, not destroy the market for no reason whatsoever. I want to have a market the likes of which we haven't had in many decades, a market that goes up on good news and down on bad news, the way it should be and the way it was. Inflation will take care of itself, and if it doesn't, we can always raise rates at the appropriate time. But the appropriate time is not to kill rallies which could lift our nation by 10, 15, and even 20 GDP points in a year, and maybe even more than that. A nation can never be economically great if eggheads are allowed to do everything within their power to destroy the upward slope. We are going to be encouraging the good market to get better, rather than make it impossible for it to do so. We are going to see numbers that are far more natural and far better than they have ever been before. We are going to make America great again. The United States should be rewarded for success, not brought down by it. Anybody that disagrees with me will never be the Fed chairman. This is an absolute sea change. If this mentality takes hold, as it apparently the president is saying, if you don't agree with this, I'm not even gonna entertain you as the Fed chair. Now, what's interesting here is, why would you not want the market to go up on good news and down on bad news? Interesting, he even says, yeah, sure, let the market go down on bad news. We don't just need always ever upward. We just need a natural market. And the market itself can flush out the malinvestment. But we've got a topsy-turvy market because we have not controlled our own market. We have been the host for the globalized market parasite. And so our interest rates are dictated by everybody else's priorities, not our own. More commentary here, so I'll just keep going. Sightbringer. Nice. I think this account is a person, but it's a person using AI, so it sounds like AI. What you're seeing is a direct assault on the post-Volcker monetary regime, and it is intentional. This is a signal. Here's the structure underneath it. First, Trump is openly breaking the Fed's myth of neutrality. For 40 years, the Fed's real power has not been rates, it has been legitimacy. The belief that monetary policy is technocratic, markets are managed by experts, and politics stops at the Fed door. Trump is tearing that membrane. I'll say this, simply by sending that truce out like he did. Guarantees, and he knows what he's doing, this guarantees that the next Fed chair will be explicitly political. He's saying, I don't give a fuck about your experts and your impartiality and whatever. My Fed chair is going to be someone who agrees with me, the president, on the role of interest rates and the Fed's role with respect to them. By saying, anyone who disagrees with me will never be Fed chair, he is doing something far more disruptive than threatening independence. He is declaring that the Fed is already political. He's just willing to say it out loud. Once that happens, the spell is broken. Number 2, he's reframing markets as a political instrument, not a natural force. Trump's core claim is simple. Markets are behaviorally managed systems. They respond to incentives. They respond to fear. They respond to rate expectations. This is one big lie of the blank slate, secular, individualist, materialist worldview. This idea that a market is some sort of it's like some sort of rational, impersonal process or something, and not just a big biological organism. A market is a biological organism that operates like a biological organism. It's not a spreadsheet. It's an accumulation of sentiments and decisions made by people. When good economic data causes markets to sell off, it reveals something rotten in the system. That rot is rate repression logic. Growth triggers tightening, success gets punished, and expansion is capped preemptively. Who would want American business expansion to be capped? Who might have that as a priority? What American, what patriotic American would be like, oh, we don't want the American market getting too powerful? Imagine if the American market expanded too much and just became like this roaring growth engine that just kept steaming and just chewing up everything in its path. I'm an American. I'm like, fuck yeah, let's have that. I'd rather deal with those problems than the problems we currently have. Of course, every system's going to have its problems. I like those problems better. But if your governing class is beholden to a foreign interest that has a strong vested interest in containing the American market so that it doesn't get too far out ahead of the competition, well, that behavior, that makes sense a lot. Trump is rejecting this logic entirely. He wants markets rewarded for strength. He wants inflation managed after growth, not before it. He wants risk-taking restored as a national objective. This is a return to explicit growth primacy. And I would distinguish this. This is not number go up forever. This is growth, not number go up. There's a difference between growth and number go up. Number go up is artificial. Number grow up is natural. 3, this is a regime shift toward fiscal dominance, openly stated. The old model was Fed first, Treasury adapts, markets price policy restraint. The new model Trump is pushing is growth first, markets absorb volatility, Fed follows the political mandate. That is fiscal dominance without euphemism. So the Fed is being subordinated to the Treasury, which is itself subordinated to the White House. Rates become a tool. Markets become a scoreboard. GDP becomes the legitimacy engine. This is how emerging powers behave. Trump is attempting it inside a reserve currency system. That is explosive. And what's fascinating is, this is how emerging powers behave. Rewire your brain to consider the possibility that the United States is both globally hegemonic and an emerging power. We typically see these as in opposition with one another. But what if the United States was an emerging power? Emerging from its current level of power to an even greater level of power. That is explosive. Number 4, the real target is time, not inflation. Trump is obsessed with one thing he never names directly: time. High rates stretch time. They delay investment. They freeze projects. They slow capital velocity. Trump wants to compress time. He wants projects funded now. Markets moving now. GDP compounding now. This aligns perfectly with the broader acceleration era. AI compresses development cycles, capital rotates faster, political patience collapses, and long-term credibility matters less than short-term momentum. In that world, a central bank designed for slow decades becomes a liability. I've mentioned before, you should listen to Susan Kokenda talking about the difference between a central bank and a national bank. And here's the thing, like in this world, if you have development cycles being compressed, capital rotating faster, it's going to change a lot of things like baseline rate expectations, inflation, normal inflation numbers, normal growth numbers, normal stasis. Like what stasis is fundamentally changes. So for the last several decades, we've had these bands where it's like, oh, inflation should be around 2%, or, GDP. You want GDP to be in like the maybe 3.5% to 4% range. That's kind of normal and stable. And we want rates to be, you want it to be like maybe 2.5% at the short end, and then I don't know, 5.5% at the long end, or something along those lines. But in a world of much more explosive growth, a lot of those things may be just assumptions that were basically arbitrary, that fit an old model, that just don't fit anymore. Hermetic Hegemony again.
I love the OGC too. My Chisholm just wants them to follow up on their spurging.
Well, that's good feedback. That's good feedback. If any OGC guys are listening, there you go. There is a demand in the market. Spurg, and then follow up on your spurging. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Where are we at? 5,000. So 5,005. We're at 5,015. So still got a little while because I still got to read this white paper from Scott Besson. So if you guys want to have the possibility to be entered in to win a 1-year free subscription to the King Pill Discord, then we need another $185 toward the tip goal. Tips.kingpill.com if you want to contribute to that, and then I'll give you guys a way to enter to win the drawing. Okay. Number 5. This increases tail risk across every asset class. If Trump succeeds, here's what follows. Higher inflation tolerance. This is what I'm talking about. What it becomes normal for inflation or for GDP or for insert metric here may completely change. Higher equity volatility, steeper yield curves, weaker long end bond credibility. There's this expectation that, an emerging market has this particular bond profile, but then an established state will have this sort of a bond profile. Well, that's assuming the entire meta. What if the whole meta itself changes? And it's no longer a central bank dominated world. We enter a world of fiscal dominance with a emphasis upon growth and infrastructure investment and low rates and a rotation back into real assets. What happens then? Stronger real assets and capital flight into things the Fed cannot print. All of these people who are looking at the skyrocketing price of gold or Bitcoin or silver or any of these other things, they're saying, oh, well, they're actually increasing with respect to the dollar, so this is evidence the dollar is dying. No. Everything else is dying faster than the dollar. The dollar's not going anywhere. This is actually reinforcing the strength of the dollar. The owners of the dollar are engineering capital flight into things like gold, Bitcoin, silver, equities with pricing power, anything tied to growth velocity. Because the people who control the dollar are themselves holding large stakes in these things. The Fed becomes reactive, markets become political, and risk becomes explicit. No more adult supervision theater. The real truth. This is Trump rejecting the idea that unelected institutions should be allowed to suppress national growth to preserve theoretical stability. He's choosing volatility over stagnation, momentum over control, power over process. That path creates booms. It also creates fractures. But once a country decides that growth is a political mandate rather than a monetary byproduct, there is no going back. The system changes character, and everyone holding safe assets needs to understand what that actually means now. Once upon a time, it was like long-dated U.S. treasuries. Those are supposed to be like the stable, reliable one.
The white man is back.
Kai Akins with $20, and she doesn't say anything. Thank you, Kai. I appreciate you. Our gaming boomer, our gaming boomer grandma. She's great. Okay, so now the Fed's new gain of function monetary policy. Written by the aristofag himself, Mr. Scott Bessent. Overuse of non-standard policies, mission creep, and institutional bloat are threatening the central bank's monetary independence. This is written spring of 2025. Having a sitting Treasury Secretary writing something like this is quite explosive. As we saw during the COVID pandemic, when lab-created experiments escape their confines, they can wreak havoc in the real world. Once released, they cannot easily be put back into the containment zone. The extraordinary monetary policy tools unleashed after the 2008 financial crisis have similarly transformed the U.S. Federal Reserve's policy regime, with unpredictable consequences. The Fed's new operating model is effectively a gain-of-function monetary policy experiment. The Fed's adoption of large-scale asset purchases as a tool of monetary policy, when its traditional instrument, the overnight interest rate, was at the zero lower barrier, created severe distortions in the market with unintended consequences. And it has disturbed the Fed's unique independent role in the U.S. political system. Central bank independence is fundamental to the economic success of the United States. The Fed must change course. Its standard monetary policy toolkit has become too complex to manage, with uncertain theoretical underpinnings and problematic economic consequences. Gain-of-function monetary policy must be replaced with simple and measurable policy tools to achieve a narrow mandate. Such an approach is the clearest and most effective way to deliver better economic outcomes and safeguard central bank independence over time. In the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis, the Fed was understandably determined to help revitalize the American economy. It had just successfully modernized its traditional responsibility as a lender of last resort, helping to stabilize the financial system. This role, as described by Walter Bagehot in Lombard Street, 1873, is a time-tested function for central banks in managing liquidity crises. Something tells me that Janet Yellen would not have been citing something from 1873 like this. Scott Bessent is not an egghead. While the complexity of modern credit markets necessitated innovations in program design, the principles guiding the Fed's intervention were well worn. Buoyed by its perceived success in combating the financial crisis, the Fed began placing increasing faith in its ability to steer the economy. This confidence was reinforced by growing frustration with political gridlock in Washington, which appeared unable to address the economic damage inflicted by the Great Recession. The mantra that central banks are the only game in town gained widespread traction against policymakers. Against this backdrop, the Fed extended its liquidity tools into uncharted territory, repurposing asset purchase programs as instruments of stimulative monetary policy. This experiment ignored the fact that even the impacts of changes to short-term interest rates, a relatively well-developed and allegedly well-understood tool, are often unpredictable. The challenges in assessing the transmission of monetary policy are magnified when it comes to unconventional policy instruments such as large-scale asset purchases, also known as quantitative easing. These tools were designed to stimulate the economy through various channels, none of which are well understood. Karate Man says, can I get a moderator to judge my deleted comment? Would he say, God bless our gigafag. I pray for his repentance and inclusion as I seek to eradicate my sin, not gay stuff, daily. Patriot. Well played, sir. You're judged.
Oh, wow. That's pretty good. Well, you must be a high IQ person.
Okay, so lower long-term interest rates, in theory, would encourage borrowing for business investment and other productive activities that would raise real economic output. Higher asset prices, driven by lower interest rates, were expected to generate a wealth effect, as newly flush consumers spent more, boosting economic growth. So basically, you have these assets, these large-scale assets, that the bank is going to buy those assets from you and give you cash, effectively, with the expectation that you will take that cash and you'll go spend it in economic growth-boosting ways. Additionally, reducing the supply of government securities in the market was intended to push investors toward riskier investments, thereby stimulating greater economic activity through what is known as the portfolio balance channel. So the assets that they're buying from people are government securities, government bonds. They're buying these government bonds with the idea that are supposed to be like the safe bonds. They're like, we're going to buy these safe bonds from you, give you liquidity so you can go invest in the risky stuff. However, the precision with which the Fed can gauge the impact of these tools remains extremely limited. Monetary economists have tried to quantify the impact of unconventional monetary policies in terms of an equivalent short-term interest rate. According to a leading model, the Wu-Jia shadow Fed funds rate, the Fed's adoption of unconventional tools during the 2010s pushed the effective nominal interest rate to as low as -3% by May of 2014. In case this doesn't make sense to you, a -3% rate would mean that somebody is paying you. Somebody is paying you to lend you money. That make sense? They're paying you to lend you money. You are paying a fee to lend money. Despite these deeply negative nominal interest rates, the U.S. economy never experienced the kind of nominal GDP boost that such a stance would have suggested. What this is a signal for, if you have a below zero interest rate, this is like I'm going to go put my money in the bank, and instead of the bank giving me a return on my money, my balance is just going to steadily erode away. So I'm going to go deposit $100 in the bank with the understanding that next month it's going to be $99. Next month, the following month is going to be $98. The following month is going to be $97. The following month is going to be $96. The only reason why you would do that with your money is if every other place that you were going to put your money was going to make it disappear faster. Yeah, it's difficult to wrap your mind around that. You have to think about it for a second. You're putting money in the bank in order to lose it. The only reason that would ever make sense is if the bank was making you lose your money slower than anything else. Other scholarship has arrived at different conclusions. A 2017 paper from the Bank for International Settlements found that QE had a de minimis impact on real output, but a statistically significant impact on equity prices that was more than 10 times the magnitude of the effect on real output. However, then Fed Chair Ben Bernanke had no doubts as to the effectiveness of unconventional monetary policies, famously stating in 2014 that, quote, the problem with QE is it works in practice, but it doesn't work in theory, end quote. The Fed's confidence in its powerful new tools resembles that of a central planner who assures their subjects that the grand scope of their powers and their prescience will lead to inexorable prosperity. But despite Bernanke's insistence, the mystery of the effects of QE, intended and unintended, remains. One might think that all these new tools and the centralization of the U.S. financial market on Constitution Avenue would have given the Federal Open Market Committee greater visibility into the economy's direction of travel. At a minimum, all those gained functions should have allowed the FOMC to more effectively steer the economy onto their desired path. That did not happen because the Fed simply does not comprehend how the new gain-of-function monetary policy works. The Aristofag is telling them that they're retarded and their shit's all fucked up. In its November 2009 Summary of Economic Projections, the Fed forecast that real GDP would grow by 3% in 2010 and accelerate to 4% in 2011, expecting that its new gain-of-function monetary tools and a large fiscal deficit would stimulate the real economy. Actual growth in 2010 came close at 2.8%. But instead of accelerating, growth slowed to 1.6% in 2011. At the end of 2010, the FOMC still projected 4% annual growth for both 2012 and 2013. In reality, growth reached only 2.3% in 2012 and 2.1% in 2013. During the first 6 years of this regime, the Fed's average 1 year ahead forecast error for real GDP was 0.6 percentage points. A sizable miss when the target value is typically around 2%. While 2 year ahead errors averaged an even larger 1.2 points. So, the target value is typically around 2%, and they were missing that number by like over a third. Cumulatively, the Fed's 2 year forward projections overstated real GDP by 7.6%, projecting an economy that would have been more than $1 trillion larger in 2009 dollars than the actual result. These repeated misses reveal that the Fed placed too much faith in its own abilities and an expansionary fiscal policy to spur growth. Now, let me read this side over here real quick. The Fed's policy: socialism for investors, capitalism for everyone else. Unconventional monetary policies do have important bastions of support, but these sources raise important questions about the propriety of these policies. Pillars of the academic economics profession, Ben Bernanke and Janet Yellen, pioneered the expansion of the Fed's toolkit in the 2010s. Unsurprisingly, academic economists are some of the strongest supporters of the Fed's expanded role. Financial markets are the other major cheerleader for unconventional monetary policies. This is not surprising given that the Fed's monetary innovations are intended to work by boosting asset markets. As the Fed pushes down interest rates, prices of fixed income instruments mechanically increase, and other assets are bid up by the Fed's deliberate desire to push investors further out on the risk curve. In other words, what this means here is as the Fed actively works to destroy the dollar, then the prices of non-dollar assets goes up. Of course. Despite scant evidence that this policy resulted in increased real economic output, it clearly created a significant support base for unconventional monetary policy in the financial markets, which are highly attuned to the presence of the Fed put due to the Fed's repeated financial rescues. In other words, he's saying that the Fed's policy, there was no evidence that it would actually work to do what it supposedly was supposed to do, but there's a whole bunch of people who got addicted to it because they knew they could gamble on risky things because the Fed would bail them out if they failed. This has fueled the increase in long-only investing strategies, principally low-cost index funds and private equity, reducing the potential for the capital markets to be a disciplining force through price discovery. Notably, critics of the Fed's unconventional tools have appeared on both sides of economics discipline, suggesting a convergence among the relatively small group of individuals who, regardless of political persuasion, have the requisite expertise to understand the effects of QE and are also not captured by the hierarchy of the academic economics or by market incentives. In her book, Engine of Inequality, The Fed and the Future of Wealth in America, published in 2021, progressive financial policy expert Karen Petru documents how the Fed's pursuit of a wealth effect to stimulate the economy backfired. Unprecedented inequality, wrote Petru, is clear proof that the wealth effect is all too effective for the wealthy, but an accelerant to economic hardship for everyone else. In other words, if you can afford to buy assets, it's very good for you. If you can't, it's very bad for you. Economists' focus on the supposed benefits of the wealth effect is particularly odd given that the Fed's asset purchases act more powerfully on the discount rate at which assets are valued than on the stream of cash flows that underpins the asset's price. Asset owners are less likely to bring forward consumption as a result of changes in the discount rate than income growth, and to the extent that they do increase consumption, the effects may reverse once discount rates are normalized. In Petru's view, the exacerbation of income and wealth inequality is a function of the distribution of assets in the United States, which the Fed should take as a given. Only the very wealthiest individuals own financial assets that are most directly impacted by the Fed's large-scale asset purchases. Moving down the spectrum, a substantial portion of the middle of the income distribution has exposure to home equity, but this asset is less sensitive to the Fed's financial market machinations. The bottom 50% of the income distribution, however, has very little net wealth, quote, derived mostly from automobiles, not from other durable or financial assets that hold or gain value over time. The bottom 50% of the income distribution has very little net wealth. As a result, the natural consequence of the Fed pursuing the wealth effect is actually to compound the wealth of the most fortunate members of our society. Imagine that. Surprise, surprise. Let me just come back and grab this here real quick. This is, okay, just quoting the thing I just read. Asset owners are less likely to bring forward consumption as a result of changes in the discount rate than income growth. And to the extent they do increase consumption, the effects may reverse once discount rates are normalized. So basically, the Fed intervening the way that it did was not actually encouraging people. The people who were benefiting from it were not actually doing this to increase productivity. They were just generating financialized wealth, basically gambling on asset prices. What's this here? Bobby Ballbags. Doctor just induced my wife an hour ago. Been a long, scurry day. God bless you guys. Bobby Ballbags. Patriot. Creating new patriots. Everyone, say a prayer for our good friend, Bobby Ballbags. I said that in part so that if Amy is still listening, make sure she caught that. She'll want to know about that.
Patriot.
Okay. Additionally, Petru points out that the Fed's habit of riding to the rescue of financial asset owners has effectively corrupted the disciplining role that financial markets are supposed to play in the economy. As a result of successive Fed interventions, Petru noted that one famous investor wrote, quote, financial markets have come to expect the Fed to intervene in response to any sharp declines in equity prices. So all of this stuff that the Fed supposedly is doing QE so that they can get the economy doing growth-generating activities, productive work. But what has happened is they've created a ceiling on the lower 50% of the population from being able to actually access assets. And then they've goosed the asset prices even more while signaling to the people who can afford to gamble on asset prices that they will bail them out if that gamble fails. Bobby Ballbag says, please do. Shit's gotten bad, but we're in the home stretch, God willing. Mallory and wife Lauren. All right, guys. Got to pray for the Patriot incubators. That's right, Forever Bulk. We got a Patriot incubator in the home stretch now. So say a prayer. Baby Mallory, Mama Lauren. This situation, wrote another commentator, effectively set up a situation of socialism for investors, capitalism for everyone else. In his book, The Lords of Easy Money, How the Federal Reserve Broke the American Economy in 2022, journalist Christopher Leonard details the rich history of the personalities and meetings that drove the expansion of the Fed's toolkit. In particular, he documents former Kansas City Fed President Thomas Hoenig's famous 2010 dissent from the Fed's decision to begin a formal program of asset purchases targeted not at financial stability, but as a tool of monetary policy, which subsequently became known as QE. Hoenig has historically eschewed partisan identification. He was chosen as vice chair of the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, the FDIC, to fill a Republican seat, and formally nominated by President Obama, and is identified with the hawkish wing of monetary policy practitioners. Yet Hoenig's prescient objections to QE centered not on the threat of inflation, but on what he termed the allocative effect of the Fed's policies. To Hoenig, the Fed's policies did a lot more than just affect overall economic growth. The Fed's policies shifted money between the rich and the poor, and they encouraged or discouraged things like Wall Street speculation that could lead to ruinous financial crashes, end quote. Hoenig's warnings would play out over the next decade as financial assets soared with little flow through to the real economy. I want to look this up here real quick. Christopher Leonard. Let's see if the name rings a bell. Okay, American investigative journalist, has written 3 books: The Meat Racket, The Secret Takeover of America's Food Business; the New York Times best-selling Cokeland, The Secret History of Coke Industries and Corporate Power in America; and The Lords of Easy Money, How the Federal Reserve Broke the American Economy. He's from Kansas City. Interesting, okay. Hoenig's career also highlights a commitment to sound long-term economic thinking, which sometimes ran into the short-term exigency that drove much of the decision-making around QE. In his 1991 job interview with Fed Chairman Alan Greenspan for the position of Kansas City Fed President, Hoenig argued that, quote, monetary policy needed to be made with restraint and a long-term view, because every action you take has long-run consequences. Evidently, Greenspan agreed at the time, as he subsequently approved Hoenig's hiring, but under the exigency of the short-term economic pressures, Greenspan forgot this message, causing Hoenig to descend from a 2001 decision to again cut rates at the tail end of the 2001 easing cycle, as Hoenig argued that the FOMC should take more time to evaluate the effects of its prior actions before cutting further. The subsequent asset bubble stemming from the Fed's easy money policies in the early 2000s contributed to the buildup of risk in the financial system that ultimately led to the 2008 financial crisis. The pressure to be seen to be doing something can become all-encompassing for policymakers, leading to decisions like the start of QE. Fed Chair Bernanke used this rationalization to argue for QE at the FOMC. Quote, this is very, very difficult. We don't have good options. It feels safer not to do anything, but then on the other side, we have an economy which is underperforming very severely, so there's no safe option. Predictably, Bernanke titled his 2015 memoir, The Courage to Act, leaving no doubt that he wished to be known as a great pioneer who pushed the boundaries, rather than as a deliberative caretaker who humbly executed his limited mandate. Whew! Whew! That is like throwing ashes in the eye of someone like Ben Bernanke. Okay, back to the main part of the essay. Conditions shifted when the Trump administration pivoted fiscal policy toward tax cuts and deregulation to strengthen the economy's supply side. For the 3 pre-COVID years of that administration, 2017 to 2019, the Fed's one-year-ahead growth forecasts were consistently too low. So remember, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, the Fed was wildly overshooting the growth forecasts. The first 3 years of the Trump administration, the first Trump administration, the Fed was wildly undershooting it. Yet optimism about fiscal stimulus resurfaced after President Biden's election. The clearest example was the assertion that the inflation triggered by the $2.1 trillion American Rescue Plan of 2021 would be, quote, transitory. Some price pressures did prove temporary, but the FOMC ultimately had to tighten far more than it had anticipated. At the end of 2021, despite clear signs of accelerating inflation, the Fed projected year-end federal funds rates of 0.9% for 22, 1.6% for 23, and 2.1% for 24. Even in June 2022, with inflation in full swing, the Fed forecast a peak rate of 3.8% at the end of 2023, followed by a decline. In reality, the rate has remained above 4% since December of 2022. The Fed's failure to anticipate the inflation surge stemmed from flawed models. A straightforward application of the principles of supply and demand signaled trouble. Many observers noted at the time that the fiscal jolt was far larger than the estimated output gap. Nevertheless, the Fed, breaking with its tradition of political neutrality, publicly called for the stimulus and then accommodated it with ultra-loose monetary policy. This is scathing. This is absolutely scathing. This is paragraph after paragraph of Scott Bessent saying, you guys are fucking retarded, you completely bungled this, and you didn't get any of it right. The Fed's erroneous models of the economy also relied on a fundamentally false and self-reinforcing assumption that inflation is primarily determined by inflation expectations, which are, in turn, influenced by the Fed's own communication and credibility. In other words, the Fed believed that simply signaling its commitment to low inflation would be enough to maintain price stability. Former Bank of England Governor Mervyn King has aptly described this approach as the King-Canute theory of inflation, drawing an analogy to the medieval king who was thought to command the tides. As Governor King put it, a satisfactory theory of inflation cannot take the form inflation will remain low just because we say it will. We're saying that inflation's going to be low, so it's going to stay low. La 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 la. Economic models do not have political biases, but they are based on certain beliefs about how the economy works, which may in turn be correlated with various political views. The FOMC has consistently overestimated its own power in stimulating real growth and in controlling inflation. It has overestimated the efficacy of spending-based fiscal policy and underestimated the efficacy of tax cuts and deregulation. In sum, the biases in its model have the same political tilt that has plagued most of Washington for decades. We know better than the market. In addition to its misguided reliance on flawed models, the Fed's unconventional monetary tools disrupted an essential source of feedback: the financial markets. The wall of liquidity created by QE flattened the cost of capital across industries and sectors, effectively drowning out the market's ability to send early warning signals when the real economy shows signs of weakening or of rising inflation. In normal conditions, financial markets would have served as a barometer for potential risks to the economic outlook. Instead, the distortions caused by the Fed's actions prevented these signals from emerging in a timely fashion. If money's free, if they're just giving it away, then you have no idea what money is going toward a good project and what money is going toward a bad project. And you have no idea when malinvestment is happening because all the investment looks the same. The rich got richer. Successive interventions by the Fed during and after the financial crisis created what amounted to a de facto backstop for asset owners. Exactly what I was saying a minute ago. The Fed put. This led to a harmful cycle whereby asset owners came to control an ever larger portion of national wealth. And within the class of asset owners, the Fed effectively chose winners and losers by expanding asset purchase programs beyond treasuries to private obligations, with the housing sector receiving particularly favorable treatment. The impact of these policies extended far beyond the asset owners directly benefiting from QE. Within the corporate sector, the Fed's interventions provided a distinct advantage to large companies, often at the expense of smaller firms. Monetary contagion hits the real economy. Despite the Fed's limited understanding of the relationship between gain-of-function monetary policy and real economic output, one outcome is unequivocal: severe distributional consequences across American society. So even though the Fed doesn't have any idea what the fuck they're doing, it's very clear they've done one thing: severe distributional consequences across American society. These repercussions first became apparent during the 2008 financial crisis. According to Bagehot's classical model, the central bank's function in such situations is to engage in emergency lending at a penalty rate to ensure that liquidity operations do not paper over deeper solvency issues and to prevent fraud. In other words, if the Fed is going to step in, it cannot step in to provide emergency liquidity in such a way that they're just giving money. They're sending good money after bad money. If the organizations that are being supported with liquidity operations have deeper solvency issues or are just outright fraudulent, then the central bank's function cannot be to just provide the emergency lending. No, there's going to be a penalty rate. It's going to cost something. You protect your lending in that sense, which also means that you're going to be a lot more judicious about who you offer it to. Institutional growth at all costs. The Federal Reserve does not merely have an enormous footprint in financial markets. It also has an immense footprint in its operations and budget. Recent decades have seen the Fed grow into an ever larger organization. Crucially, this raises important issues of democratic accountability because the Fed is not funded by appropriations from Congress. Instead, it is funded out of earnings on its securities portfolio, or in the absence of such earnings, by printing money. The system of reserve banks has always been relatively large given the manpower-intensive supervisory operations. In 1995, the reserve banks had 23,536 employees, which actually decreased to 20,733 employees in 2023. Over the same time period, the budget for personnel expenses at the reserve banks grew from $968 million to $4.3 billion, significantly outpacing overall U.S. wage growth, which roughly tripled in nominal terms during this period. So, the budget for personnel expenses at the reserve banks between 95 and 2023 grew by like 4.5 times. Between 4.5 and 5 times. And actual wage growth only tripled. This suggests taxpayers have incurred outsized compensation costs at the reserve banks over time. So it sounds like the Treasury Secretary thinks that the Fed is fucked up, incompetent, and overpaid. In contrast, the Washington, D.C.-based Board of Governors has grown much more dramatically. In 1995, the total annual budget of the Board of Governors was $167 million. By 2023, the Board of Governors budget grew to $989 million. The Board of Governors had 2,990 employees in 2023, up from 1,704 in 1995. So between 95 and 2023, the Board of Governors budget went up by, what is this, like 6 times, approximately? About 5.5, 6 times. Unsurprisingly, the increased allocation of resources to the Board of Governors has coincided with the increased dominance of the Board of Governors of the monetary policy process, with dissents from Reserve Bank governors becoming increasingly rare. The insinuation here is that they are lining their own pockets with intentionally bad decisions. The Fed also has its own police force, the Federal Reserve Police. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the Federal Reserve Police has no website, and the Fed discloses little information about its operations, though its primary function is focused on securing Fed facilities. Presumably, the Fed downplays its police force because increased public awareness could raise questions about the need for taxpayers to underwrite it, particularly since this force is not appropriated by Congress under the typical process for spending decisions. The Fed's major renovations of the Martin, Eccles, and 1951 Constitution Avenue buildings have also attracted significant attention. In particular, the Eccles and 1951 Constitution Avenue projects resulted in significant cost overruns. In November of 2018, the Fed budgeted $75 million to begin renovation for these two buildings. It budgeted another $1.4 billion in January of 2020 for revitalization of these two buildings. The figure became $1.9 billion in November of 2022 and landed at $2.5 billion in December of 2024. As the Fed deployed its unconventional monetary policy tools, its balance sheet has swollen over time, also without any authorization from Congress. Prior to the 2008 financial crisis, the Fed's balance sheet was modestly sized at approximately $900 billion, with liabilities consisting almost entirely of currency in circulation. However, successive QE programs swelled the balance sheet to $4.5 trillion by the end of 2014, where it held until the abortive attempt to reduce the size of the balance sheet in 2018. The Fed added another $3 trillion to its balance sheet in just 3 months during the COVID pandemic, including a massive mortgage-backed securities buying program that continued while home prices skyrocketed by 40 to 50% in many markets. The Fed progressively grew its balance sheet to almost $9 trillion, even amid the 2021 inflation surge. Today, the balance sheet sits at approximately $7 trillion, with the steady state size unclear. But what is clear is that whatever the size of the steady state balance sheet, the Fed will have effectively monetized an amount of federal debt equal to the increase between the terminal balance sheet and the 2008 balance sheet. Holy crap! Effectively monetized an amount of federal debt equal to the increase between the terminal balance sheet. So from the time that the balance sheet came into existence until 2008, the Fed has monetized an amount of federal debt equivalent to that just since 2008. The Fed's massive balance sheet expansion during a period of low interest rates has also resulted in significant losses for taxpayers in today's higher interest rate environment. This is because the interest rate the Fed pays on its liabilities to the private sector is higher than the yield at which it purchased its securities portfolio. The Fed is currently running annual losses of more than $100 billion, which will continue as long as short-term interest rates remain elevated. This could turn the Fed's unrealized losses of approximately $750 billion to $1 trillion into actual losses, which the Fed would also be forced to realize if it deliberately shrunk its balance sheet rather than allowing passive runoff via maturities. The pro-cyclical budget dynamics of QE are yet another under-researched, rarely discussed aspect of gain-of-function monetary policy. You guys decided to engage in this gain-of-function monetary policy thing, despite no clue how it was going to work, and you still have no idea how it works, and now you've backed yourselves into a massive fucking pickle, where you're losing $100 billion a year, and you're going to keep doing that, and pretty soon you're going to have to actually realize $1 trillion in losses. Because the Fed is paying more on its liabilities to the private sector than the yield at which they got the securities. So they purchased these assets, and then they're paying out more than they got them for. Okay, I already read that, I think. Asset owners. Introduced to with small firms. Larger corporations. Okay, so the impact of these policies extended far beyond the asset owners directly benefiting from QE. Within the corporate sector, the Fed's interventions provided a distinct advantage to large companies, often at the expense of smaller firms. Larger corporations with access to debt capital markets were able to take advantage of historically low interest rates by terming out their debt at fixed rates. In contrast, smaller companies, which tend to rely on floating rate bank loans, found themselves squeezed by rising borrowing costs as the Fed was forced to raise interest rates in 2022. Even more damaging were the distributional effects of gain-of-function monetary policy on households, which have strained the social fabric of the United States. The Fed's actions along the risk and time curves compressed interest rates, driving up the prices of assets. This mechanism disproportionately benefited those who already owned assets. Homeowners, for example, saw the value of their properties soar. They were mostly shielded from the effects of rising interest rates, given the structure of the U.S. housing market, where over 90% of all mortgages are fixed rate. As a result, the housing market remained overheated even as interest rates rose, with over 70% of existing mortgages carrying rates more than 3 percentage points below the prevailing market rate. That's how you freeze up a housing market. If over 90% of mortgages are fixed rate, interest rates are skyrocketing, but over 70% of existing mortgages have rates that are more than 3 percentage points, not basis points, 3 percentage points lower than the prevailing market rate. At the same time, less well-off households, shut out of homeownership by rising interest rates, missed out on the asset appreciation that benefited wealthier households. These households also faced tighter financial conditions as higher interest rates drove up the cost of borrowing. So this is a problem that begins feeding itself cyclically. The cost of borrowing is high, so financial conditions get tighter, which drives up the cost of borrowing even more, which makes financial conditions even tighter, which drives up the cost of borrowing more. Meanwhile, inflation, partially fueled by the Fed's massive expansion of the monetary base through QE and the associated accommodation of record fiscal spending, disproportionately affected lower income Americans, further exacerbating economic inequality. So, financial conditions are tightening, so the cost of borrowing is rising. So financial conditions are tightening more, so the cost of borrowing is rising more. Oh, and also the cost of everything else is rising as well. And it put homeownership out of reach for a generation of young Americans. By failing to deliver on its inflation mandate, the Fed allowed class and generational disparities to worsen. Unconventional monetary policy threatens the health of the body politic. The Fed's growing footprint also has profound implications for the political economy, placing its valuable independence in a precarious position. By extending its remit into areas traditionally reserved for fiscal authorities, the Fed has blurred the lines between monetary and fiscal policy. This is particularly evident in the Fed's balance sheet policies, which affect the allocation of credit across the economy. When the Fed acquires non-federal government obligations, it directly influences which sectors receive capital, thereby intervening in what should be the domain of the capital markets and fiscal authorities. So you have this non-elected, so-called independent organization, and when it starts purchasing non-federal government obligations, now it's directly intervening in the market and distorting the market, clouding price signals, and taking authority and influence away from the actual elected officials and the private actors who could be stepping in to fill those voids. Cheeky says Burnt Peanut is the most base video game streamer in her secret Labian. My little brother was just showing me videos of Burnt Peanut in when we were up there in October. He's freaking hilarious. Absolutely, just a terrific creator. Very, very clever, very creative, and funny. Moreover, the Fed's foray into the treasury markets has drawn it into the realm of public debt management, a role traditionally overseen by the Treasury Department. This entanglement between the Fed and the Treasury is concerning, as it creates the perception that monetary policy is being used to accommodate fiscal needs, rather than being deployed solely to maintain price stability and promote maximum employment. Monetary policy would be like the money printing and cost of money, whereas fiscal policy would be like, what are we going to spend it on? What is the stuff? What are the spending priorities versus what's going to be used to spend it and how much is that spending going to cost? The Fed's expanded toolkit also had broader consequences for the behavior of elected officials. The Fed's actions fostered a culture amongst the old Washington establishment that encouraged reliance on the central bank to bail out poor fiscal policies. Instead of taking responsibility for fiscal decisions, past administrations and Congresses expected the Fed to intervene when their policies led to economic dysfunction. Good night, Emperor Atreides. The central banks are the only game in town dynamic created perverse incentives for fiscal irresponsibility, as the costs of poor governance were increasingly deferred or masked by the Fed's monetary interventions. At the heart of these concerns is the erosion of central bank independence, which is a cornerstone of sustainable economic growth and stability. As the Fed expanded its remit, it eroded the traditional boundaries that insulated it from political influence. Critics who argue that the Fed has overstepped its role by engaging in fiscal or quasi-fiscal activities are correct. The Fed's missteps and policymaking arrogance have placed its credibility at risk, jeopardizing its independence on its core responsibility of monetary policy. The overestimation of the power of oneself or one's institution is a fundamentally human trait. In certain cases, it can even be productive. But it is highly problematic for the conduct of monetary policy. The Fed alleges that it needs to be independent. But is it? Or is it captive to the ghosts of its past and of its own ego? Monetary policy helped create the housing bubble, and slow recognition by the Fed and others of the warning signs worsened the financial crash. Despite its culpability, the Fed emerged from the financial crisis with more powers than it had going in. Alas, these expanded powers and a lack of humility have only further added to the Fed's missteps. Yeah, Trust Plan Sar, this is the monetary version of the national security strategy. That's a really good point. Yes. Correct. We're finding out that the same thing that's being done to America's national security national security strategy, their posture, the same thing is happening to the monetary and fiscal, both monetary and fiscal policy writ large for the nation going forward. It's being completely revised for a new era. Regulatory overreach, conflicts of interest, and threats to independence. I think this is the last section. And the last thing I've got after this here is a thread from Kingless Kingdom on the GROYPER Psyops. Congress's post-crisis reforms dramatically enlarged the Federal Reserve's supervisory footprint. The 2010 Dodd-Frank Act placed every bank holding company with more than $50 billion in assets, later $100 billion subject to discretion, under Fed supervision, empowered it to designate and regulate systemically important non-banks, mandated annual stress tests and living will reviews, and made it the primary overseer of key clearinghouses and payment utilities. The abolition of the Office of Thrift Supervision folded thrift holding company oversight into the Fed as well. Layered on top of Basel III capital and liquidity rules the Fed itself writes, these changes transformed the central bank from lender of last resort into the dominant microprudential regulator of U.S. finance. 15 years on, the results are disappointing. The 2023 failures of Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank, and First Republic all occurred at firms subject to Fed exams and bespoke stress tests. Supervisors flagged vulnerabilities but failed to escalate. The same staff who craft monetary policy briefs missed plain vanilla duration risk. Earlier scandals, from Wells Fargo's sales practice abuses to JP Morgan's London whale, likewise metastasized under the Fed's watch. The core problem is structural. The Fed now regulates, lends to, and sets the profitability calculus for the very banks it oversees. This is an unavoidable conflict that blurs accountability and jeopardizes monetary policy independence. That conflict feeds back into policy. A Fed worried about exposing its own supervisory failures has a direct incentive to keep liquidity abundant and rates low, lest asset values fall and banks stumble. So if the Fed is responsible for regulation and it's not regulating appropriately, it's not supervising and oversighting appropriately, that's going to affect the decisions that it makes in terms of monetary policy. Because now they have an incentive to cover up their own malfeasance. Conversely, an aggressive anti-inflation stance forces the Fed to admit those failures when tighter policy reveals weak balance sheets. Either way, monetary policy becomes hostage to supervisory self-interest. A more coherent framework would restore institutional specialization. The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation and the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency have decades-long expertise in examiner-led, rules-based bank supervision. Day-to-day safety and soundness exams, consumer protection enforcement, and prompt corrective action powers should reside with those agencies, leaving the Fed to focus on macroprudential surveillance, lender of last resort liquidity, and the traditional tasks of monetary policy. If you've been listening to Tom Luongo for a while, he's been saying for like a year and a half that this is what's coming from Trump's Treasury. The Fed is going to get crammed back into its own corner. And a lot of this regulatory authority and self-direction in terms of fiscal policy is going to be restored back to the Treasury, which means then it's de facto being restored to the president. The president gets to maintain the oversight and the discretion for determining fiscal policy through the Treasury secretaries he appoints. Re-empowering the FDIC and OCC would sharpen accountability, rebuild the firewall between supervision and monetary policy, and help safeguard the Fed's independence while improving bank safety. The Fed must also address the perception that it has become increasingly partisan in recent years. Research from the Manhattan Institute reveals a troubling shift in the political composition of Reserve Bank directors. Between 2010 and 2015, the proportion of Reserve Bank directors who made political donations was roughly balanced between political parties, with approximately 20% contributing to Republicans and 20% to Democrats. However, since 2015, the share of directors donating to Republicans has plummeted to 5%, while the share donating to Democrats has risen to 35%. This shift has fueled concerns that the Fed is becoming a partisan institution, undermining its neutrality and independence. This is beautiful, like diplomatic policy speak here. We're very concerned that the Fed is undermining its own neutrality and independence. So we are going to force the Fed back into its corner. We're going to use the Office of the Presidency and the Treasury to force the Fed back into its corner where it can stay independent and neutral. And anytime it wants to stop being independent and neutral, we will push it back into its corner again. That way it can be independent and neutral. Compounding this problem is the Fed's strategic engagement with the press, including by providing preferential access based on the tone and content of reporting. By using the press as a tool to advance its interests, the Fed has created the perception that it is attempting to shield itself from good faith oversight. This behavior has weakened its accountability and further eroded trust in the institution. Regulatory and monetary policy is best left to a politically independent institution. But that institution must also be accountable. Mature and responsible individuals hold themselves accountable to themselves first and foremost. Naturally, that is a challenge as we all possess egos. Holding oneself to account should be easier for an institution because it theoretically lacks a psyche and an ego. But institutional self-interest plays the same role. Look at my philosopher, Aristophag. The evidence at the Fed is clear, particularly since its adoption of gain-of-function monetary policy. The Fed has become beholden to its institutional self-interest at the expense of the national interest. This is the whole, that's the summary of the whole article. The Fed has become beholden to its institutional self-interest at the expense of the national interest. It has not objectively assessed its performance and adjusted its processes accordingly. The Fed continues to avoid accountability because any criticism of its performance is met with a chorus of media voices calling legitimate criticism an attack on central bank independence. The Fed should be able to conduct its policy free of political pressures. Monetary policy should not be made in the White House or on Capitol Hill. But when the Fed's monetary policy produces suboptimal results, it becomes the obligation of the elected leaders of our country to point out the Fed's shortfalls. Conclusion. The Federal Reserve's heavy intervention in financial markets over recent decades has led to a series of unintended consequences. While these unconventional tools were introduced to address extraordinary circumstances, their efficacy in stimulating economic activity remains unclear. But they have clearly produced severe distributional outcomes across American society, undermined the Fed's credibility, and threatened its independence. At the heart of the Fed's independence lies its credibility and political legitimacy. Both of these tenets have been jeopardized by the Fed's decision to expand its role beyond its traditional mandate and engage in what amounts to gain-of-function monetary policy. These actions have eroded the institution's insulation from political pressure, risking its ability to function as an independent entity. Looking ahead, it is essential the Fed commit to scaling back its distortionary impact on markets. At a minimum, this likely includes the Fed only using and then halting unconventional policies like QE in true emergencies and in coordination with the rest of government. It also likely requires an honest, independent, and nonpartisan review of the entire institution and all of its activities, including monetary policy, regulatory policy, communication, staffing, and research. Just in case, for the slow boys out there, an honest, independent, and nonpartisan review of the entire institution and all of its activities, including monetary policy, regulatory policy, communications, staffing, and research. There is a little 3-word phrase for this that I've gotten really tired of hearing. But now I like it. I like hearing this from the sitting Secretary of the Treasury. He's saying, audit the Fed. We now face not only short and medium-term economic challenges, but also the potentially dire long-term consequences of a central bank that has placed its own independence in jeopardy. To safeguard its future and the stability of the U.S. economy, the Fed must reestablish its credibility as an independent institution, focused solely on its statutory mandate of maximum employment, stable prices, and moderate long-term interest rates. Now, interesting that he is including, he's got all three here, employment, prices, and interest rates as part of the mandate. But this is delicious doublespeak. You know, where you say, the Fed must be independent. So we are going to impose upon the Fed to assure its independence. We must make the Fed not independent in order to assure its independence. Okay. Last subject for the Lab tonight. Our Patriot Kingless Kingdom in the chat had a great thread. The New York Times has declared a GROYPER to be the top phrase of 2025, beating out No Kings and 6-7. Honestly, maybe, yeah. This is a win. GROYPER over No Kings or 6-7. I'll take that. This is what our Patriot says. He says, my take on the recent amplification of Nick is that it is a Psyop, or rather, 3 distinct Psyops. One by the left, one by the establishment MIGA. The establishment MIGA right, and there is one other that has yet to play out. Please read to the end of this thread before spurging out. To start off, these Psyops did not make Nick popular. He was already insanely popular beforehand. He was chosen for the Psyops because he was insanely popular. I will also say that not all Psyops are bad. Our enemies are not the only ones who use them. Our side can as well. You can tell the people who haven't really been paying attention because they're the ones who are oh, they made Nick popular because of this Psyop thing. No. Nick was already popular. He was popular on his own. He didn't need to be made popular. Nick Fuentes had a natural boost in popularity after his somber assessment of the assassination of his rival, Charlie Kirk. But what really kicked the Psyops off was his interview with Tucker Carlson. The Psyop that this article by the New York Times is participating in is the one by the left, or rather, the post-war regime. Yeah, MIGA is Make Israel Great Again, in case that wasn't clear. I should have said that, yeah. These people desperately want to go back to a world before Trump, and they will do anything to countersignal him. The Psyop by this group is much larger than Nick. They've been engaged in an all-out psychological war with the far right, causing many unfortunate psychic casualties. The goal of this Psyop is to get the right to abandon their only viable opposition, Trump and his admin. Have you ever noticed how all these mainstream media networks and breaking slop accounts have suddenly started laying out ammunition to attack Trump from the right? Why did a foreign propaganda organization tell us that the deportation number is half of what it actually is? And why did so many ostensibly patriotic, nationalist Americans gleefully start championing the fake number produced by a foreign propaganda organization for the purposes of undermining the deportation effort? Are they just retarded? Why was the lie that Obama deported more peddled? Why is every interaction with Israel amplified in the worst possible light? Why did Mark Levin call Trump the first Jewish president? That is a Psyop. Nick Fuentes had rather infamously opposed Trump in the 2024 election. He's also insanely popular. Because of this, Nick and the GROYPERs are being used in this Psyop as the face of the anti-Trump right to split the Trump coalition in an attempt to make MAGA inert. But there is a problem. Nick is not the perfect candidate for this. There are many influencers on the right who have been completely mind-raped by TDS, but Nick isn't one of them. He leaves too many open doors, too many paths to return to Trump. Take this recent post from Nick as an example. He makes his attack on the Trump admin, but then makes it clear that it is possible to earn his vote. If you pay attention to his attacks, you will see this is a pattern of behavior. This is what Nick said. The only way to hold the Trump-Vance administration accountable is to threaten to withhold your vote in 2026 and 2028 if they don't deliver on their promises. You want votes? Go ask those 600,000 Chinese students, 120K Indian H-1Bs, and Netanyahu. You haven't earned my vote yet. This is something I've observed as well. And I think I don't think enough people have picked up on the nuances of this. Shout out to Kingless Kingdom. The next Psyop is conducted by the establishment MIGA right, and it is kind of an extension of the first Psyop. These people also want to go back to the world before Trump. They want to be able to fight Israel's war abroad and be beautiful losers at home. At every moment that mattered, 2016, the aftermath of 2020, and the 2024 primary, they opposed Trump. And they're currently making moves against Trump's de facto successor, Vance. But to directly oppose Trump right now would be suicide for them. Slutty Milk says, psyops are very abstract to many who talk a lot about psyops. And they'll ignore real psyops like foreign propaganda trying to harm Trump from the right before their very eyes. Yes. These people are trying to attach themselves to Trump in order to turn Trump's base against him. See Ben Shapiro calling Trump the most Zionist president in history, and the previously mentioned Levin comment. Kiss of Judas, anyone? It's so frustrating to me because this is so obviously what's happening. And all of these people who specialize in studying Jews and understanding Jews are suddenly completely oblivious when they are the subjects of a Jewish psyop. They're doing this while also attacking J.D. Vance by connecting him to Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson and labeling them all anti-Semites. Now, I explained two of the psyops, but what is the third? Well, I don't really know. It has yet to really play out. This psyop is being implemented by Tucker Carlson and might have the backing of the Trump admin. Tucker Carlson's interview with Nick Fuentes was the catalyst for the so-called MAGA Civil War. He obviously plays a part in the psyops, but he, even more obviously, isn't part of the previous two. So what could his role be? Neither Nick nor Tucker are idiots. That much is clear. So it is unlikely that Tucker couldn't foresee what the aftermath of his interview would look like, but I will propose that as scenario one. Tucker is an idiot, and there is no third psyop. Scenario two is that whatever psyop Tucker had planned already failed. No further speculation would be useful here other than for recording the history. Scenario 3 is what I believe to be the most likely. The psyop has been or is being laid out, but has yet to activate. Whatever this psyop is, it will attempt to turn the previous two psyops on their heads, or at least outweigh their negatives. Whatever this psyop is, it is likely bigger than just Tucker and Nick. Several strange things have happened regarding Nick. Trump refused to condemn him when confronted by journalists. The video of it here. Vance has not weighed in on Nick other than calling out him attacking his family, which is extremely reasonable, and Nick took it in good humor. And when an actual Israeli op claimed that Nick used bots, the Catholics at the Daily Wire immediately shot it down. The Trump administration seems to have gone out of its way to not countersignal Nick. I think this is something worth paying attention to, and that patriots should countersignal him as little as necessary, or at least do so with charity. If I had to guess how the third psyop will play out, I would say that Nick will flip and start supporting Trump and Vance in either 2026 or 2028. But I also recognize that the players in this psyop are much smarter than I am, and they could be operating on another level. Patriot spotted! Ozarker pleb here. So that is the GROYPER psyops. And I gotta say, this is extremely well laid out. And I agree completely, up to and including the last part, where you're like, I don't really know what the third psyop is. I just smell one. There's one there. Something's going on. There's a bunch of dots that don't connect here. And clearly the people who are engaged in this are well aware of the nature of psyops. They're very intelligent, highly intelligent, adept operators of the media, and yeah, I don't know. I'm left in the same boat that he is. Clearly, there's some other sort of psyop going on. I don't. What did he say with the two possibilities with Tucker? One is that where was it here? So, where was this? Tucker's an idiot. There's no third psyop. I don't think that's the case. I agree. I think there's no way that Tucker couldn't foresee what the aftermath of his interview would look like. He knew exactly what he was getting into with that. Scenario 2 would be whatever psyop Tucker had planned already failed. And that's, I suppose there could be a possibility there that Tucker might have just been like, I just want to talk to the guy and And then everything that we've seen since then of Nick calling Tucker like a boomer fag, basically, and telling him to fuck off and leave him alone and whatever, like all of that. He was calling Tucker containment. It's possible. It's possible that was it in there. And now we're just kind of, there isn't some sort of thing being coordinated in the background. But it's very clear to me that Nick is being extremely careful to constantly leave the door open for Trump and Vance even. He's been like, I will not vote for Vance. He's been just about as scathing to him as he possibly can. But every so often, he just leaves the door open. And he still periodically is extremely complimentary of Trump and obviously still likes the guy. But perhaps even more surprising is the fact that, or not surprising, but notable, is the fact that the administration has clearly gone out of their way to avoid counter-signaling him. Trump has just been like, altogether, no, let him say and talk to whoever he wants with respect to Tucker. I don't give a shit about anti-Semitism, whatever. Let people say whatever they want to say. And Vance has, I read you the article like last week, where Vance is like, yeah, he's a shithead and he's an asshole and he said stupid stuff to me and of course I'm not a rabid hater anti-Semite, but he's not the problem. Let him say what he wants. Let him do what he wants. Who cares? That's normalization. That's tacit approval. And I think JD is plenty media literate to know that, and Nick is plenty literate, period, to understand that himself. So there's a little game that's happening between them. I don't know to what extent it's being coordinated, to what extent it's being planned out, but obviously there's something happening there. Go follow our good friend Kingless Kingdom on X at AmeriKing83. AmeriKing83. AMERIKING 83. He is an excellent poster. We need to get his audience built up. He is a loyal Labian. We love our loyal Labians. And that, my friends, is the end. El fin. ASTROLAB 2025 draws to a close. It was a good year. Many good things this year. Many, many hours of talking. The Labian Society, yes. We have the Labian Society. We have the Labor Party. We've got a whole ass political movement building up here. We're going to have our own intelligence service here soon. Nick Fuentes. The Fuentes fighters. Yes, Trust Plan SAR, many more good things to come. Go join the Kingpill Discord, kingpill.com. I'll be in there for a voice chat tomorrow with the good people there in the evening. And then I will be back on Thursday for the first episode of the great and glorious year, 2026, the year of our Lord, in the season of winning, brought to us by our great patriot emperor, Donald John Trump, a gentleman known as Donald J. Trump. Have you heard of him? He's a great man.
I am your voice.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's send you out with a good, the good one here. How about, where is that one? This one right here. Brace yourselves.
You want to fight? Better believe you've got one. You want to enslave my spirit? No! And I'll call on God to protect me and use me however God sees fit.
Okay, for Slutty Milk. Any more requests? Do you have any more requests from the soundboard before we shut it down for the year? I'll give you guys a second. Techno Erica? Oh yeah, we should end with a Techno Erica, huh? Okay, you want the Indians one?
Indians.
Where's the other one here? Uh-huh.
You want to kill the Jews?
That one. An EDM soundboard outro. Duck or Kill the Jews. Looking for any others. Erica. Okay. Getting the Erica pulled up here. Why don't we just... Oh, I think I don't have that. That's another one I need to pull over. I've got an idea. Why don't we just kill them? I don't have that one on here, I don't think. I knew there was one that I was missing. I have the Trump one.
We're going to kill them. You know, they're going to be like dead.
I don't have Bloody Fuck You Bloody. I need to get that one as well. Yeah, I've got...
What is that?
I got that one. I got this one. And this one.
Okay, Jew. Okay, you fucking Jew. Fucking Jew from Israel. Silence.
Where's that other one? This one.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Oh, I haven't done this one in a while.
I've got bad news for you. You're Jewish.
Oh, no! And, yes, Doyle.
The only acceptable political theory is complete undying loyalty to Donald Trump.
Okay. Let us, Erica. Now, I think, if I remember right, there's another one. I think this is a different one. No, that's not it. Which is the one I'm thinking of here? There is another... Well, hold on. Let me see. Can you guys hear... Can you guys hear this? what a way to end the year. What a way to end the year. Just double checking the tip jar over here, and there's a couple that did not come through. I'm seeing here now. Emperor Atreides, thank you, sir, for the $10. Didn't say anything. And Sex Haver 420 with the $7.77 tip. Congrats, sir, on the sex. I suppose could be ma'am. Congrats on the sex. Either way. And to the rest of you, thank you so much for a great year. Thank you for showing up for another episode of the ASTROLAB. Some of you I will see in the King Pill Discord tomorrow evening. kingpill.com. Go sign up. Join us over there. Make sure you guys download the EWBSX app and listen to some EWBSX every single day. It's free. It's free to just get some white pills pumped into your little ear holes. Just go to EWBSX.com or look it up on the Apple and Google app stores. EWBSX, Eternal White Boy Summer Radio for our guys. And I will catch you guys back here on Thursday, January 1st, 2026. For now, for the last time in 2025, I leave you with Hulk.
When they took a shot at my hero and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America